Good morning and welcome. Glad to have you with us this morning. My name is Dan Mitchell. I'm a Vice President, Commercial Banker with Mercantile Bank. We certainly welcome you here this morning. Thank you for taking a piece out of your week. Certainly an important part of we hope, your year to spend your day with us today here in Belding. We certainly thank the Belding School District for hosting us in this fabulous facility and hope that you'll enjoy the day with us. This is a conference, our third conference of this type, and Mercantile Bank has been pleased to be a partner with the United Way in this housing conference and the leadership conference. Since 2017, every part of the way, Mercantile has wanted to be a part of that as the largest Michigan-based bank. We certainly strive to make sure that our entire state, our entire community has the best services and certainly is in the forefront in moving there and progressing forward in their own communities. And so that's a piece that we wanted to be a part of. Certainly housing is important to us, and you'll hear more about that later on in the program. I'm excited to have you learn a little bit more about what Mercantile is doing to make sure that we're furthering our communities regarding housing and making sure that that we're fostering that area. So I would be remiss if not talking about how we get to this point. It is nearly a year-long process of organizing and structuring and planning. And I want to thank in particular two people who are our staff members. Don't get a lot of the accolades. They're not out in the limelight a lot, and that is Sam Ford and Jody Snyder, two of our staff members that do a fabulous job with us. Also Bethany Brum-Dombrowski works with our staff as well, and so those three people in particular behind the scenes do a lot of the legwork. You've probably run past all of three of them today, met them. Hopefully you've had a chance to meet them, but by all means I want to give them their accolades because they have put this together with Terry and make sure that this is going to be a great day and great expense of your time. I also would be remiss if I didn't talk about our board members. The United Way Montcalm-Ionia County board members have done a fantastic job. I certainly appreciate and really am honored to be the chairman of a fantastic board, an active board of directors. If you're here, would you please just stand if you're one of our directors? Most of them are outside, but if you just stand, if you're one of the directors here, wave your hand. Certainly appreciate you being with us. Most of them are serving today, and so we certainly appreciate all the work that has gone into this. When Terry brought this idea to us and focused our thoughts and ideas many years ago, it was immediate buy-in and immediate goal for us to continue to foster this housing conference and to make sure that it was something that was of value in these communities and continue to be the forefront of this type of conversation in our communities. I've been in banking now for over 35 years, and the theme and the thread has not changed, whether that was in South Texas where I began banking, returning back to Michigan. There's been a consistent theme that I've noticed, and it's not the customer base necessarily. Customers are pretty much the same in South Texas as they are here in Michigan. It's not the products and services. By all means, banks have products and services. Financial institutions have products and services that can meet the need. They're continually changing. Some of them electronic, some of them paper. We're moving and gradually transforming ourselves as financial institutions to meet the need. But the one thing that I see as a continual theme and thread throughout the 35 years plus that I've been in banking is communication. If we haven't done our point to communicate, whether that's from the banking side or from the customer side, we are going to end up with a product that is not something that the two sides want, something that they desire, something that's best for all involved. And so it's a communication line that I would encourage you to think about as we move through this process here. That's why we wanted to have this meeting. That's why it's been important to continue talking throughout the 5-6 years that this process has been underway, so that we can continue to communicate and continue to lay ideas out there and continue to foster our progress moving forward with words and with ideas and with thoughts and putting feet to action and moving forward in that manner. So it's a communication theme that I find is so important to have progress to continue to move forward. And one of the best communicators that I have found, that I have come a part of to know, is our executive director. Joining our organization many years ago, she's taken communication, in my opinion, to a whole new level. Not afraid at all to step into a meeting, not afraid to step into a conversation, whether that be a good conversation, whether that be an unknown conversation, willing to come in and say, let's make a difference, let's talk about this, let's find a solution, and continues to do that today. She serves on more than a dozen different boards. These are local boards. You may find her and see her on a daily basis as you move around the communities of Montcalm and Ionia. You may see her at state boards, you may see her at regional boards, and even national committees and boards. And so definitely she is a stakeholder. She is someone who takes her communication, takes her thoughts, takes her ideas well out of our community, and that betters us. That brings those ideas back here, as well as taking our thoughts and ideas out to them. And so it's great to have her be willing to be that type of an individual that is on the forefront, on the cutting edge sometimes, and willing to direct us. And so we've been very pleased to have her as our communicator, as our chief executive, and as our executive officer for the last 7-8 years. Let me welcome to the stage Terry Legg.
I have so much to say, I have it written down. Thank you, Dan. Hello to everyone, and thank you for coming to Belding. Dan, that was super nice. Let's go over some quick housekeeping, and then we'll get into everything. First, I hope you all were able to grab some breakfast and grab some coffee. Coffee will be leaving after our first break, so if you need a refill, go get some. If you've not already found the restrooms, they're behind here, behind this wall. The ones downstairs are locked, and we can't open them. So use the ones back here where the tables are. If you can keep your lids on your drinks, that'd be appreciated. We broke the rules by letting everybody bring drinks in here today. I promise that no one will go hungry. We have lots of great food coming in today. And if anytime you need to step out or take a phone call, please do so. If you haven't already, please silence your phones. All right. The agenda is super packed in your folder. You'll see that we're running a little behind already, but it's really intentional for us to stay on that agenda. So if you are on a break or a lunch and you haven't come back in, just know that you can quietly walk in. Please don't sit in the top. I know as the afternoon comes, everybody wants to migrate to the top, but don't do that. We have students coming in throughout the day that are sitting in there, so if you could just stay down here, that'd be wonderful. Let's see. I realize that you're receiving a lot of information today, so you have a pad of paper and pencil. If you can write them down for any of the speakers and presenters that come up, that'd be wonderful. And really, I want to challenge you today and everyone in here to network and meet with people during your breaks and lunches, because the connections that we make today might just help us create solutions for tomorrow. I'd like to thank everyone who submitted questions. When you registered, we received over 106 well-thought-out questions about housing and how we're going to make a change to this. All the presenters are aware of every question, and hopefully we'll be able to answer them for you today. There's going to be a specific time for questions, but you know me, I'm pretty informal, so if you have a question, let us know. I may have you hold your question, though, till the end if we need to, so just jot them down on your paper if you could. If you have any questions, like I said, just ask them. Our presentations today are varied, some PowerPoint, some talking, all different kinds of things going on today. So really, I want to get you out at 3 o'clock. That's my goal. So I may rush us along if we're going over in a session. And I apologize for that in advance. So Dan mentioned a little bit about how long we've been working on this housing conference, and I really want to take a walk down memory lane if we could. United Way started the housing conference in 2018, or the housing conversation, rather. Many of you have walked along with us as we journeyed from community conversation, stakeholder meetings, and previous housing conferences. For those of you that have not been a part of the conversation, we are so glad to have you joining us now. To all of you, welcome to our third housing conference. I'd like to thank our partners who have been with us every step of our housing journey. Thank you to the Greenville Area Community Foundation, which has funded our housing study and worked on many grant opportunities with us. Mercantile Bank has been there since the beginning as well. Montcalm Community College has been a key sponsor also since 2018. Thank you to the Ionia County Economic Alliance and Montcalm Economic Alliance for walking alongside us as we work in this housing space. Today's breakfast and lunch are brought to you by the Water Tower Grill and Smokehouse, Hans Bakery, and Big B Coffee. Thank you to Josh King and the Belding Area Schools. Josh goes above and beyond to help us every time we ask, whether it is helping us with our conferences, helping us unload semis, loads of stuff. He helps us all the time. As Dan stated, thanks to our board, all the people that are out there working are our board members. And of course, Sam and Jody, thank you so much. They are really the true rock stars behind all that's going on today. We're so grateful that you came today and are joining in this discussion that is not only important, but as we've established, downright necessary. Affordable workforce housing. It's necessary for the well-being and the vitality of our society. We have all heard this. It's the American dream to have a house with a picket fence and have 2.5 children and a dog. All anybody wants is to have a safe and secure, warm place to lay their head at night. Only that is not the reality for many people right here in our very own community, simply because we do not have enough housing to accommodate our population. As we go through today's sessions, my second challenge is that you really think about what kind of housing we need and what different aspects of housing. It's not just build houses. We need different kinds of things, from shelters to housing to senior living to rehabbing our houses that we currently have. We must figure out real solutions that allow everyone in Montcalm and Ionia County to have a place that they call home, a place that allows them to have the ability to thrive. To bring everyone up to speed on where we've been and what's happened up to this point, let me take you back to 2017 and 2018. During that time, I had the good fortune to sit on many different meetings in both counties. All of them, the conversations seemed to be similar in context. How do we help families that need housing? How do we find housing for our employees? Or fielding phone calls from employers that were saying things similar to, Terry, I have another employee sleeping in their car. What kind of help do you have for them? Only these questions started to increase in frequency, and our homelessness in the county was beginning to increase. Except for the homelessness looks significantly different than what most people think it does. People were not sleeping under bridges and were not holding signs. They were not on street corners. They were invisible. Instead, they're referred to our invisible homeless. That's what I've coined. They are Alice families, which you're going to learn what Alice means here shortly. They're all working. They just simply don't have a place to call home, or they're doubled up. As a community convener, United Way decided at that point that if both counties were talking about the same issues and no one was putting a stake in the ground to try to figure out a solution, then we would take the risk and start talking about the situation on a large scale. We felt it was our obligation to shed light on the situation. In 2019, we hosted our first housing conference. We also commissioned the Upjohn Institute to do a housing study. We signed our agreement with the Upjohn Institute the first week of May in 2020. Well, we all know what happened then. As the world paused, we paused our housing study as well. Everything went on hold as we responded to the pandemic. During that time, partnered with 8CAP, our community action agency, we helped with the COVID rental assistance program. Together, we helped to put nearly $5 million in rental assistance back into the community. After all, the best way to keep people from homelessness is to keep them housed. Later in the fall of 2020, we started to embark on a year of stakeholder meetings and resumed our housing study. We also hired a homeless youth coordinator who worked with all 13 of our school districts to learn how to report homeless youth and to better be able to help homeless families in our community. We launched the youth survey in which 1,800 youths ages 12 to 24 responded. They told us that nearly a third of them were couch surfing. Let me repeat that. Nearly a third of 1,800 kids that responded that were 12 to 24, that was an involuntary survey. Anybody could take it or not take it. And they told us that they were couch surfing. If you're couch surfing, you are moving from one family member to another family member's homes or a friend's house, You are focused on where you're going to sleep. You are not focused on what you need to do at school. How are you going to get to school is a question. What schoolwork needs to be completed? That just goes by the wayside. You probably are not sleeping well, and the stress of a child, a teenager, a young adult, or even a parent that they're feeling is overwhelming. Excuse me. I share that because as a community, we can make a change to the situation if we are brave enough to take a risk, if we're brave enough to work together. Last March, we announced the results of our housing study that the Upjohn Institute completed for us. As of March of 22, we were short 6,000 housing units and growing. In comparison, Kent County at that same exact time was 32,000 housing units short. Currently, Kent County is 47,000 housing units short. That growth has caused a tremendous impact in our current region, and the housing needs being the #1 unmet need in Mount-Common-Ione County. We need housing rehab, we need housing of every kind, whether it's apartments, senior living, accessory dwellings, more shelter beds, duplexes, triplexes, granny flats, you name it, we need it all. During that same time, we began very active policy advocacy with legislators and state-level organizations about the impact of lack of housing in rural communities. We noticed that in our rural communities, we were often not accepted for grants because we lacked the diversity needed from our community makeup to the lack of large investors, and honestly, the lack of potential developments. We started to advocate for our ALICE families to have equal access to not only housing, but to childcare, income tax credits, and basic needs. Since the pandemic, we have steadily watched our invisible working homeless, increase. We now have legitimate homeless encampments all over the county, living in our state land, in vacant buildings, and sometimes right in dwellings on people's property. We regularly have families in campers and in tents. In fact, CPS makes significant amount of visits every month to families that are living in tents and campers. The amount of people living in campers is growing at a substantial rate. So think about that for a moment. We live here because we love this community. When you have homeless living on our state land, that means that our state land now becomes a restroom. That now means that someone else has to clean it up, and it becomes a public health issue at that point. We know that apartments have super long waiting lists. Our shelters all have waiting lists. We have absolutely no place for homeless youth and no homeless family shelters. And for the most part, our homeless are working individuals that just cannot find a place to call home. It is a challenge that affects us all, whether you are searching for a place or you are a business in the business of building homes. You simply employ people or you have friends that need somewhere to live. Affordable housing is like Wi-Fi. You never truly appreciate it until it's gone, and suddenly everything feels disconnected. Affordable workforce housing is the cornerstone of a thriving economy. Imagine a scenario where individuals are burdened by the high housing costs. It leaves them with little disposable income. When a significant portion of one's earnings is spent on housing, it hampers their ability to contribute to the local economy. By ensuring affordable housing options, we empower the workforce to spend their hard-earned money on goods and services, thereby stimulating economic growth here in our very own region. Furthermore, access to affordable housing is linked to the overall health and well-being of individuals and families. Without stable and secure housing, individuals face increased stress and uncertainty, which can have detrimental effects on mental and physical health. Children in particular bear the brunt of unstable housing situations, with the education and their future prospects at risk. By providing affordable workforce housing, we invest in the health and future productivity of our community members. Affordable housing is not just a matter of personal well-being, it's a matter of social equity. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that individuals from all walks of life have the opportunity to live in a safe, decent, and affordable home, instead of living doubled up in a camper or in a tent moving around the state lands. When you're living on state lands, how do you think they bathe themselves? They use the Flat River and the Grand River, and they tell us that constantly. This commitment to inclusivity strengthens the social fabric of our community, fostering a sense of belonging and shared purpose. Housing is critical to attracting and retaining talent in our communities. As businesses and industries look to establish themselves in regions with a skilled workforce, the ability of affordable housing becomes a deciding factor. Without it, we risk losing talented individuals to areas with more sustainable living conditions, ultimately hindering our county's growth and development. On a brighter note, working towards affordable housing is like planting an apple tree. The best time to start it was 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now. I encourage us all to be the Johnny Appleseeds of housing solutions, planting the seeds of affordability and watching our community grow. Providing housing is not only important, but is necessary for the prosperity and well-being of our society. By investing in affordable housing solutions, we pave the way for stronger economies, healthier communities, and a more equitable future for all. Let us unite in our commitment to making affordable housing not just a dream, but a reality for everybody in our community. All right, so let's get our day going. We're scheduled for a little break. If anyone needs to go grab some coffee, I would encourage you to do it soon. But because we are a little behind on schedule, I'm going to keep us going. So let us welcome our first speaker. We have Alyssa Stewart. Alyssa is the Chief Impact Officer from United Way of South Central Michigan. She will give you an overview of who Alice is and why understanding Alice is so important as we talk about housing. In your folders, you'll find two different printouts, one for Montcalm County and one for Ionia County, that have detailed information on Alice. You might find that helpful as Alyssa is speaking. All right, welcome. You can use the clicker. You can stand. Okay. I can bring it up for you. He's running it up there.
Oh, okay.
My mouse is not working.
Oh, okay. With the clicker?
The clicker is?
Okay.
Yeah, and then this is a touchscreen.
Perfect. Oh, okay.
All right.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Hoping your coffee has hit or is hitting. Mine is hitting. Thank you so much for having me, Terry, and the United Way team. Excited to be here with you all this morning. How many of you, I was here a couple years ago. How many of you were here when I spoke last time or have been to one of these summits before? Okay, and how many of you, this is your first leadership conference? Okay, love it. Super helpful to get that gauge. Hold on, make sure I'm clicking. Let's see how it goes. All right, I might need help just to advance the slides, but where'd Terry go? Where should I be pointing, Terry? Up, over? There we go. Okay, so I'm super excited today to talk to you about ALICE. ALICE is an acronym which stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, and Employed. And last time I was here, we had data that was pre-pandemic. So I'm really excited to share with you today a new report, which was titled by our researchers, Alice in the Cross Currents. Because as we all know, our worlds were changed in 2020 and 2021 with the pandemic. And this data gives us the first batch of information that covers that time period and allows us to understand how the pandemic impacted Alice households. So we'll be focusing in on, of course, Montcalm and Ionia, and talking about some of what was experienced. And we hope that gives some grounding and foundation to what we'll talk about as far as housing. So I already mentioned the acronym, Asset Limited, Income Constrained, and Employed. That's lots of words which really are talking about and giving face and name to hard-working households whose earnings cannot keep up with the rising cost of necessities. So this is a distinct group of people who are above the federal poverty line, but below the ALICE survival budget threshold for their household type. And I will talk more about what that means in a second. But before I get into that, because we're going to look actually at a household budget, I want us to reflect on a few things. One, I want us to maybe get a little bit vulnerable. I'm going to ask you all a little crowd participation. I am going to ask you all, and I'd love for you to just shout it out. I want to ask you, what is the biggest line item in your household budget? Each month, what is the thing you are spending the most amount of money on? Okay, I'm going to count down. I'll do 1, 2, 3 at 3. Everyone shout out what their biggest budget line item for your personal household budget is. All right, 1, 2, 3. I heard childcare. I heard housing. Anyone else want to shout out? If it wasn't childcare, insurance? Technology. Grocery, food, oh my gosh. Every time I do my budget, I have to keep increasing the amount of money for groceries. I don't know about you all, but okay. I think that's helpful because we're going to look at the household survival budget, which is the heartbeat of the Alice report, which is what we're talking about. And you'll see a lot of those same line items reflected back at you, okay? But before we talk about the data, I have lots of charts and numbers for you all. I always, if you were here last time I did it, I do it every single time. I want us to center ourselves on the humanity of what we're about to talk about because we're going to look at numbers, but it's important to remember that these numbers are people. In any room we are in our community, there is Alice present. There is Alice in this room today. There is Alice teaching those students outside the room we're in. And it's important to acknowledge that and create space for that, that Alice is in every nook and cranny of our community. We can advance. And the important thing is that Alice is all of us. Any of us are one life-changing event, right? The loss of a job, a house fire, a accident, a car accident. We're one thing away from being at risk of becoming Alice ourselves, right? So it's important for us to remind ourselves that our economic state is fluid, right? Just as it is for Alice, it is for all of us. And so the things we do for Alice are things we're really doing for ourselves to strengthen our community and our neighborhoods. And importantly, Alice is essential. Alice workers are doing jobs that I know throughout the pandemic were jobs that we called essential, right? They kept things going. Our CNAs, our people in our hospitals, our teachers, childcare workers, people taking care of our aging population. Those are essential Alice workers. Last time I asked people, and I'll ask us to do it again just for a moment, is to sort of take a minute and think about the Alice people in your life, right? We all know people who are working hard, 1, 2, 3 jobs, and are struggling to make ends meet. So I'm actually going to pause for a minute and let us think about it. Maybe you, right? We're heading into the holiday season, this expensive season of the year. It may be you feeling that pinch right now, but I'm asking you to take a minute. I'll be quiet for about 15 seconds. Actually think about who are the Alice folks in your life, potentially, okay? So with the faces of those people we love and care about in our minds, we'll turn to the data. So I mentioned the household survival budget, which is really as I mentioned, the heartbeat of the Alice report, because it basically establishes who we consider Alice with each new batch of data. The awesome thing about the Alice report is it is based on county-by-county data. So I'm going to show you both Montcalm and Ionia counties, and you'll see that there's a difference between the two because there are differences in the real cost of living. One other thing I love about the data is that it is sensitive to different household configurations. And so it's helpful because a lot of times people can look up and see, hopefully, your household configuration. Now, it doesn't show every possible configuration. That data is available online if you have a very unique configuration, maybe 3 adults and 5 children, right? But these are some of the more standard household configurations the data pulls together. So I'm hoping it's readable. It looks a little blurry, but I'm sitting off to the side here. But I'll just orient you to this table. So on the left here are the budget line items. So those are things a lot of you shouted out, right? Housing rent, housing utilities, childcare, food, transportation, technology. And then down towards the bottom, there's an additional miscellaneous category that's just a 10% overage, tax payments. This report, for the first time ever, there's actually a captured line for tax credits because so many people were eligible for tax credits throughout 2020 and 2021. A monthly total of all of those expenses, and then an annualized total of those expenses. And importantly, at the very bottom, I don't want it to be lost, I'm hoping the chairs aren't blocking it, but if it is, I'll read them out too. The hourly wage it would take worked full-time to balance that budget. Okay? Now, I want to drive home how bare bones this budget is. It is truly to be thought of as a survival budget. Later on in my presentation, I will actually share a stability budget, which should be, I think, as a community, what we're aspiring to. And you'll see how significant the difference is. And yet, even with this bare bones budget, we know that a significant portion of people in Montcalm and Ionia are not making that hourly wage that would allow them to be above the survival budget for their household type. Okay? Number one reaction, we're here to talk about housing. How does this housing number look to you? Do you know anyone? Are any of us paying in the $400 range for housing? If you are, raise your hand. I'll be like, people want to know where you live, probably. Find out if there's anything open. But there's probably not, right? So the methodology for housing we'll talk about in just a minute to explain why these numbers are so low. This essentially reflects what affordable housing would look like according to HUD fair market rent numbers. So one, this should highlight that's what affordable would look like for an Alice household. And we know that there is very little housing that would be available for that cost, if any, okay? So think about that. The housing's low, right? Think if we added several $100s to that each month to be more realistic. We know the wages would go up, and we'll look at that later on. So think of this as the starting point. If we could get everyone above Alice, then we could talk more about stability. But we still have people who are not even able to hit this survival budget. Childcare is another critical cost. We know that's another one that is huge for many families. Technology, as was named by other people. And again, these are very conservative numbers. The person who shouted out technology as their number one expense, right? We know that Wi-Fi, smartphone plans, all of those things are significantly more expensive than what we're seeing here. This would be a very, very bare bones plan, for example, on the technology line item. Food, also lower than I think many of us are paying. But it's actually, I mean, I think I have, just to get personal with my budget, right? I have 2 kids, 2 adults in my household. Our food budget is pretty close to that, actually. So food, I think, is a little more realistic than some of the other line items. Any other questions? So I'm going to move over to Ionia real quick. So you can see some of the changes there. Not in all the line items, but in some of the line items, you see a change there. So I'll give you all a second to look through this. And real quick while we're here, I want to focus on this hourly wage piece. I'm going to talk through that just because I want to make sure, and I know some folks might not be able to see with the chairs. So 2 adults, 2 children in childcare. So this third from the right row, that is always the highest row that's displayed, the sort of highest cost that's displayed on this table. And so I just want to point out that the hourly wage worked full-time, and that could be by both adults, right? This is a 2-adult household. That could be 2 adults working to contribute to this amount. But the hourly wage needed would be $28.35 an hour. Just for this, again, very bare bones survival budget. Okay? So we're going to look at Alice data now for this community. And what I want to just remind us is that what we're going to look at, the folks that are identified as Alice, are going to be folks who, again, for their household configuration, were not making the hourly wage identified on this table. So they were making below that. So they are below the Alice threshold, okay? So for Montcalm, we can see the trends that have happened. We've been doing this report for several years now, so that's great because it gives us some longitudinal data, so we can look at trends over time. On the left part here, this is 2010, and you'll see kind of every 2 years, there's that increment of reporting. And you'll see that for Montcalm Ionia, for this most recent report, positively, poverty is trending downward. So folks who are below the federal poverty line, which is low and much, much lower than the Alice numbers we're looking at, that number is trending downward, which is great, and was really helped by some of the tax credits and other supports that occurred during the pandemic, and we can talk about that later on. However, those folks are moving above poverty into Alice, and people are not exiting Alice at that same rate. They are stuck in that Alice cycle. And so we see Alice numbers between 2019 and 2021, which this most recent data is 2021 data, is trending upward. So what that means is, as of this report in 2021, 44% of all households in Montcalm County were below this Alice survival budget threshold. We'll move to Ionia now. So sort of a similar trend line, but a little bit different for Ionia. And you can see the numbers are slightly different. In Ionia, positively, both poverty and Alice are trending downward as of 2021, with 35% below the Alice survival threshold. Is anyone surprised by the difference between the two communities? Or does that seem to make sense? You all know the community context much better than I do. I see some nodding, I see some shaking heads. Okay, we'll dive more into that. So to help give context to why we're seeing these numbers, we'll move to the next slide and we'll talk about what drives growth in Alice. So number one is the increased cost of living. Who is paying more for just about everything than they did in 2019? Raise your hand if you are paying more. Someone mentioned food, right? Honestly, everywhere we turn, everything seems to be costing more money, whether it's goods, services, all of those things. So the Alice report and the Alice data actually provides what they call an Alice Essentials Index. So it actually takes things like the Consumer Price Index, which is what is often used to track inflation, and it actually just isolates the essentials, the things we saw on the last budget, the cost of housing, childcare, food, transportation, those basic things. It pulls out all the things like luxury goods and other things. And what it showed us for this most recent report was that there was a 6.7% increase in inflation, where the Consumer Price Index only showed about 4.8%. So the cost of those essentials is increasing faster and more than the overall. Also contributing are flat wages. Of the 20 most common occupations in Michigan in 2021, 70% paid less than $20 per hour. And with less than $20 per hour, it is really difficult to hit that Alice survival budget threshold. It's important to celebrate and acknowledge that many jobs saw wage increases during the pandemic, right? So we saw, especially in our lowest paying jobs, right? How many of you saw during the pandemic at fast food restaurants and retail, right, to try to maintain employees and compete for employees? I remember seeing signs by the road, right? Every day it'd be like they were going up an hour or $50 or $1 or 50 cents to try to attract people. We'll pay you every day. We'll pay you every week, right? They were really working to increase wages, and that brought up the bottom, but wages had been flat for so long that still didn't get us to where we needed to go. So those wages are often, even though they may have increased, they're often still Alice wages. Move to the next. Third, and this is critical to name, there are systemic inequities in place that are impacting certain populations' ability to move out of Alice. So for Montcalm and Ionia, gender-based disparities are the most present in Montcalm and Ionia counties. Single female-headed households are much more likely to be living below the Alice threshold than single male-headed households with children, for example. 75% of single female-headed households with children are below the Alice threshold. That includes both Alice and poverty. And single female-headed households are more likely than their male counterparts to be below the federal poverty line, so in an even more dire economic situation. So 75, I'm gonna say it again, because I'm like, that's 75%. Versus 60%, also still much higher than the average of single male-headed households. Followed by age disparities. So younger households under 25 and above 65 have higher than average ALICE rates. So 58% of 25 and under households and 52% of 65 and over households are below the ALICE threshold. On one hand, that makes sense, right? If you're younger, you're at the beginning of your career, you're maybe working up to higher earning potential. Older folks, you may be retired or retiring and on a more fixed income. So that makes sense, but we would still love to see them with more average experiences, because we would hope that they would be able to build savings and get into living wage jobs sooner for the younger folks. I just want to name too, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but one of the most challenging things about being ALICE is we saw that survival budget. That was bare bones, right? And if they're not making above those wages, they absolutely cannot save. They cannot contribute towards retirement. They cannot create that emergency savings account that would create resilience when the bad thing happens, when the sick child makes them call off work, when the car accident happened, when those things happen. And so we'll talk a little about those statistics in a minute, but that's really important to name that that cycle of ALICE I mentioned is because of that lack of ability to save, because every dollar is going towards that budget. Moving to the next slide. I also want to talk about disparities by race and ethnicity. So this is data for both Ionia and Montcalm combined. And you can see here, I'll kind of just orient you to the table. It's really meant to be a visual kind of a visual representation. So this first column here are households that identify as Black, then Hispanic, white, and then 2 or more races. And this is based on American Community Survey census data as to how this data is collected. And just visually, the dark blue is poverty, so below the federal poverty line. That medium blue is that distinct ALICE population, and then that gold color is above ALICE. Okay, so they may be just above, but they're above that survival budget threshold. And so you can see just visually, right, the disparities here. Interestingly, folks who identify as multiracial, 2 or more races, have significantly higher rates of poverty. And then once you add ALICE on top of that, we see disproportionate numbers of ALICE folks in our Black households. And so just important for us to also recognize that systemic inequities also create an impact on the folks who are identifying in that ALICE space. Now think about too the intersectionality as we layer racial and ethnic identity with things like gender, right? So if you are a Black single mother or a multiracial single mother, statistically, your likelihood of being in that ALICE space is much higher. And it's important to name that that is not because of really any of this ALICE data I would implore us to think about is not indicative of individual failures. This is not people who are just not working hard enough. These are people who are working. They are working, again, 1, 2, 3 jobs. They have a side hustle. They're doing everything they can to make ends meet, and they are still in this financial situation. Because we would not see 44%, 34%, if it was an individual failure. These are systemic challenges around wages and other barriers. We can go to the next slide. So I know I mentioned this before, but I wanted to talk about this because we're talking about housing today, that this is how that survival budget housing piece is calculated. So it's using HUD's fair market rent, the 40th percentile of gross rents in these locations. But as I said earlier, that level of affordability is often not available. And I know Terry just talked about the lack of housing units, right? As we think about building new units, it's also important to think about what the affordability of those units will be and having a mixed variety of those units. So I mentioned this before. It's easy to see that survival budget and to think, well, it's not realistic. It's too low, right? So it's very conservative, and yet we're not hitting that yet. But I always like to share this piece to actually point us towards, we would love to see less people in ALICE. We'd love to see more people out of survival and into stability. Okay, so this is what's called the stability budget. And it looks pretty similar on the left side here, all the same line items, except there's the addition of one, savings. Right? So the difference between the stability budget and the survival budget is the stability budget allows for savings, right? And it also allows for higher quality and greater choice in all of the other line items. So looking again in that 2 adults, 2 in childcare, that's that right column. As a reminder, for the survival budget that we looked at, the wages needed for the survival budget for that household configuration were about $28 an hour. Right? So let's see now with the stability budget. With a stability budget for 2 adults, 2 in childcare, the wages that would be needed would be $48.82 to meet the stability budget, which I think provides much more realistic numbers. So let's look at housing, right? The stability budget, $1,028 in monthly housing, rent, or mortgage. Does that sound more realistic than the $400? Right? I see shaking heads. Does that still seem low to people? Yep. So if we get closer, right, to maybe a realistic budget, the wages increase so significantly, right? This would be, in that household, both adults earning over $24 an hour, for example. So I think it's important to think about the reality where we are as far as the survival budget, but also creating a shared aspiration of, in our ideal world, our community, people would actually be able to earn at levels that would get them closer to this stability budget. Food is much more, $1,666, for example, for that 4-person household. Childcare, $1,512, much more realistic childcare costs here. So I think it's important, too, to think about the pressure families are under, because often these are the costs that are actual, right? As you all said, right? $1,000 is maybe still low, but it's much closer to what people might have to pay here, right? So if my expenses are actually the stability budget, but my wages are what was shown on the survival budget, what do we do? What choices are we forced to make? That's where we see predatory lending, we see credit card debt, we see borrowing, right? And things that keep people trapped in a cycle of economic hardship. Because we want to live in this community, we love this community, maybe we were born and raised in this community, work we love is here, and yet there's this fundamental mismatch between our income and our expenses. So some more warning signs on the road ahead. And I know some of this data can be a bit disheartening, right? We look at it and we think, this feels big, right? And we think about our own budgets, maybe where we're struggling to make ends meet, where our options are much more expensive than our income would allow us to have, but we feel like we don't have an option, right? We gotta live, we gotta take care of our kids and our families. But let's talk about some of the warning signs on the road ahead. And some of the successes we saw in 2020 and 2021, because I think this is important. Pandemic supports the payments that many of us received. Many of us received food stamps maybe for the first time because of our children's school. I know personally, we got pandemic EBT supports for my kids who are in public school. We had never expected or would have expected that, but the benefits that people received were so widespread that it actually succeeded in bringing child poverty to its lowest levels that we have ever seen in this country. The child tax credit and increased food stamps, all of these things together, economic stimulus payments, they all came together to create that outcome. That is huge, and I don't think we celebrate that enough as a country, that in the midst of this crisis and pandemic, that we were able to show that we could address poverty. Things like emergency rental assistance, all of these services and things that were done in communities across the state of Michigan and the country kept many from falling from Alice to poverty. But they've mostly ended, right? They've rolled back many of these policies and these supports across 2022 and 2023. So it's important to know this data is a snapshot from 2021, and it really is showing the trends and the impacts of those supports being in play. So in Ionia, where we saw, actually Alice was going down. When we see the next report, we might actually see it spike back up a little bit because of the rollback of some of these policies. I hope we don't, but that's possible, knowing that these systems have changed. In 2021, 55% of households below the Alice threshold had no emergency savings, and 62% had no retirement assets. Right, so that speaks to that vulnerability, and then the long-term impacts of this as folks have to make difficult choices when they hit retirement age. And since 2021, inflation has increased on essential items such as food and rent, which is compounded by high interest rates. Folks who want to buy a house now and maybe have the ability to buy a house now, their interest rates are so much higher than they were in the last couple of years. Car ownership, 8% interest rates on cars, right? And things like that, where when their car breaks down, they need to go and get a new one. Alice might already have credit challenges because they've been stuck in this cycle, right? And maybe even seeing significantly higher interest rates that then continue to keep them in that cycle. Move to the next. So as I mentioned, a lot of data there, which is really showing us, if I can sort of coalesce it, that we continue to have a significant number of households, between 35 and 44% of households in this 2-county region, that are living below the Alice survival threshold for their household type, working hard, but unable to keep up with the rising cost of living and of these essential items. When we think about those big numbers, it can be easy to feel disheartened. But I think the important thing to remember is we can take small incremental steps locally, and we also can advocate on bigger stages at the state and federal government. I mentioned our success as a country in addressing some of these issues with sweeping changes to provide financial support to families and tax credits and other incentives. Those are things that need to continue to be advocated for, along with housing policy and other things that will wrap around Alice households. I also think with Alice, it's easy to think about getting people above survival, but I wanted to be sure to share that stability data with you too, to think about the next phase, right? What should we really be striving for? It should not be just to get people out of Alice, it should be to get folks to that point of stability, which will take time and intentional effort, work with employers, I know there are some in the room, and others to continue to increase wages in our community so that they can keep up with the rising cost of living. To me, Alice is an all-hands-on-deck situation. It is not something that can be solved by the government alone, by the social service sector alone, by employees alone, right? Who are going and working and doing their jobs, doing jobs they were trained to do, and by employers alone. It needs to be an all-hands-on-deck effort to cultivate the environment where Alice households can be successful and can move beyond survival. So I think as we're here today at this community leadership conference, it's important, and I'll kind of close my thoughts. We do have a few minutes for questions, but I'll close by just really posing a question to you all, which is, what is your role? So you all wield power of some kind, institutional power, personal power in your own networks as you think about your family members and folks that you love and care about that are in Alice situations. What power can you wield in support of Alice? What barriers can you break down? What policies can you change? What stigmas can you push back on as we think about wrapping our arms around Alice households in our community? So with that, we have a few minutes, and I'll keep us on time, Terry, I promise. Are there any questions? I know I shared a lot of data. Are there any dots that would be helpful to connect, or any fundamental questions about the data? Please. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so Alice household, everyone in that is reflected as working. Yes. So those are people who fit that Alice criteria. are employed. Yes. Yes.
I think it's important to note that in 2010, our demographic in our two counties was 99% white. In the 2020 census, it's 83% white. So I think as you look at that chart, it's important to recognize that as our population changes in diversity, you're going to see, and what we are seeing, and I anticipate when our next ALIS report comes out, is that because we've had this massive slide from Grand Rapids, we are seeing our population change, and we're seeing the diversity in our population change. And we are seeing an increase in single-family homes substantially.
And I do want to name, if I compare Mount Calm-Ionia to other communities, right, so we serve a six-county region kind of below you all. So Kalamazoo, Calhoun, Eaton, Ingham, Clinton, Jackson. Your disparities in the racial and ethnic side are much lower, actually, than we see in many of our counties. In some of our counties, we see, stark disparities. We see black households, for example, 2 times, 3 times more likely to be living in poverty and living below the ALIS threshold. So I think it's important that as the community is diversified, that needs to be something that is intentionally watched and thought about. How do we ensure as we increase our diversity that they are coming into a community that is not reproducing the disparities that we see elsewhere through our policies, practices, and all of those things? Please.
When you were showing those charts with the racial and ethnic disparities, I was wondering about education and if those charts had taken into account any student loan debt and if there was any measurement that was on education.
Yes, great question. So she asked about how education levels play into any of those sort of demographic charts. Great question. So, and student loans you also mentioned, so I'll kind of take those separately. So every time I talk about the survival budget, and I didn't this time, so thank you for teeing me up for it, one thing I point out, I like to ask is, what's missing from the survival budget? And that's usually an answer that I will get. Student loan repayment, like that's, for a lot of people, I don't think I heard that, but I know we were all saying it at once. But I don't know if anyone said student loan payments are my biggest. Maybe it's because I know a lot of folks have been able to defer those or see changes in those over the last couple of years. But student loan payments for a lot of households, especially those young households, which might speak to why their rates are so much higher. But to be fair, many of us are paying student loans from 10, 15, 20 years ago. That is something that is not included. Part of that is because it's very hard to get data on student loans. Private student loans, public student loans, it's really difficult to get comprehensive. They're being bought and sold and moved around. It's really difficult to get good data on student loans. But that is important to acknowledge that that is not included in this. And so if we think about that also being tacked on to many people's budgets, think about how much even bigger that disconnect gets between expenses and income. Now, education level. Education level is taken into account. We have, and I can share that with Terry, or Terry can find that. It's on, there's a whole data center called unitedforalice.org, where you can go and investigate the Michigan report and really pull apart the data in all different ways. They do look at education, and folks of all education levels are included in the demographic information. And so it's important to name that the ALIS report confirms that there are people of all incomes who are ALIS. There are people with PhDs who have ALIS. Think of some of our adjunct professors in local colleges, for example. There are people with master's degrees, bachelor's degrees. All levels of education are represented in ALIS. Now, it does bear out the sort of age-old understanding that folks who have less than a high school diploma, GED, or a diploma or GED are seeing higher rates of being in the ALIS space. So that's important to name, but everyone is included within the racial demographic information as you asked, so that doesn't kind of sway it one way or the other. Please, go ahead back there. Absolutely, yeah, so Terry has the PowerPoint, and I'm sure we'll share it with you all. And then, as I mentioned, there's also that data center, which, really slices, you can kind of slice and dice the data in all different ways. It also shows county breakdowns. So for Ionia and Montcalm, and actually, that's on the sheet in your folder as well.
In your folder, you have a very mini version of it. You'll notice in your folder, it also breaks down the counties by township, which I think is really enlightening. You should really look at the townships. I think that will surprise you. But after this conference, when you get your survey, the whole Alice report will come to you as well. And you can dive down to any part of the state. And really, we'd be remiss not to thank Consumers Energy for it because they help fund our Michigan Alice report every 2 years when it comes out.
Yeah. Thank you, Terry. And to your question about religious, that is not something that is currently factored into this. And I know there are, sort of big groups of different religious folks here in these two communities, but that is not pulled out as a separate way to disaggregate this data. But that's a great question. Okay. And, oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah, one thing, obviously, it's one thing to set up a budget. It's another thing to manage it. So one concerning thing that I've seen is the lack of teaching, if you will, or education, especially at the high school level, college level. Sometimes when you get into debt, it's almost too late.
Mm-hmm.
Bankruptcy happens. So what is being done at the local levels, not just in these counties, but other counties, to help educate younger individuals or any age individual to be able to manage a budget so they can make these necessity or essential payments?
I can answer it locally. Yeah, go ahead.
Because we have a class right up here. We required personal finances last year at our high school and have for 9 years. The state has now mandated that, but we've had that implemented. And Dave Ramsey is Tricia's favorite.
So Brian's the superintendent here. In addition to that, when we did our youth survey, the number one thing that the students told us is that they do not feel they did not feel prepared to go into the next phase of their life. And so we have a youth survival guide that talks about things. Every graduating senior last year and this year received a book. And this book has in it, hopefully they keep it, but it's online in many different organizations as well. It talks about how to open a credit card, how to make a doctor's appointment, how to read a prescription bottle, why credit is important, how to fill out an application for an apartment. You're right, it is something that all of our social services are working and consistently get budgeting. All of our financial institutions have lots and lots of classes on it. It is definitely a focus in their school. And that's why we have students coming in and out today, too.
Thank you. I do think that's important to think of it as a both-and approach, right? We need people to be able to be savvy with the money they have, to make good financial choices, if you will. And as I talk to people who are experiencing poverty, who have been stuck in the cycle of Alice, it can also be frustrating. It's important to understand that we can't budget our way out of poverty when there's truly not enough income coming in to meet those basic necessities. So choices can be made that set them up for a better future, better informed choices that ensure that they're not stuck in the cycle, hopefully for as long if they are in that Alice space. But it's important that there's, again, those systemic pieces around wages that need to be addressed so that folks can have the income to be able to budget, right? And to be able to move out of that cycle. So, but it's exciting. Hi, students. Thanks for being here. Students, did you guys have any questions back there?
You're shaking your head no.
All right, I'm like, I can't see you. You're all in the dark, but okay. Awesome. Okay. Well, again, I know lots of data, lots of hard data, knowing that so many in our community are struggling. This sets the backdrop for the housing challenges that we'll continue to talk about today. But I hope we all, one, can just leave with a little bit of hope in the sense that we're seeing changes. We're seeing some decreases in poverty. We should celebrate that and figure out how to maintain that, right? And we want to continue to be creative and compassionate in how we wrap around Alice households to support them in being able to move above the Alice survival threshold. So thank you all so much for your time, and I look forward to being with you for the rest of the day. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you, Alyssa. So I hope that you paid attention to some of the numbers in there. I think it's really important to highlight that 70% of Michigan makes less than $20 an hour. To have that survival budget in a household of two, you have to make $24 an hour each individual in that household. So those are some things that we need to think about as we think about how do we service our people in our community, how do we service our clients, how do we talk to our friends and family, because the amount of ALICE is really quite substantial. And since 2021, as those pandemic supports have gone away, we are seeing an increase in people needing services that have not needed service help before, and we're starting to see an increase in the amount of people that need housing, and we're going to continue to see that as Grand Rapids is the best of everything. So we are a good solid 5 minutes behind. So if you want to get up and take a break, we'll get everything set for our next panel. If you could be back here at 9:35, sorry, I couldn't see up there. If you could be back here at 9:35, that would be fantastic. Thank you. All right, so joining us up here on our panel, we have Jessica Akmoody from CEDM, which is Community Economic Development Association of Michigan. We have Tim Ross, Senior Vice President, Community Development from the Right Place. And we have Senator Outman. Thank you guys for joining us today. So really, I would like to know from you guys, I would say you're our experts when it comes from the state lens, the West Michigan lens, and just community development lens. And so, how about I start with Tim? You like that?
There you go. Okay.
All right, so can you shed a little light on what is happening in West Michigan?
Yeah, sure. A big question. But first off, Tim Mraz, I'm the Senior Vice President of Community Development for the Right Place. For those that don't know who the Right Place is, we're the Regional Economic Development Organization for West Michigan. Right now, currently, we cover 8 different counties here in West Michigan. Montcalm and Ionia are part of them, based out of Grand Rapids. So I lead their place team, their community development team. So my job is all around real estate development and placemaking. So conversations like this are what I keep track of. In terms of West Michigan, you know, at the highest level, I think one of the things we need to keep understanding is that there's no one here from the east side of the state, right? So we can pick on them. We are becoming what Detroit was and Southeast Michigan was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. We are quickly becoming the powerhouse of the state. If you look at population demographics, don't believe statewide trends, because statewide trends tend to follow the east side of the state because they're coming from historic highs, and so they've got a long way to fall. But West Michigan, depending on the individual community that you look at overall, we've seen population growth year over year of like 3 to 5%. So people are seeking us out. People are coming to West Michigan. People are leaving Chicago. They're leaving Milwaukee. They're leaving Indiana. They're coming north. But I mean, what we're talking about today, they need places to live. We have that conversation here internally at the Right Place. Is we can work with a company, create all the jobs we want. Someone's going to go to work, 8 to 5, 7 to 3, whatever their shift is. After that shift's done, they got to go someplace. I mean, they can only go to the bar for so long, but they've got to have some sort of a dwelling place to go to, and if they don't, they're going to leave. And right now, we're starting to see that. We're seeing professionals that are coming up from other communities, other areas, working for 6 months and saying, you know what? As hard as it was, Chicago, the housing market there was just as bad as it is here, and that's where I came from. So I'm just going to go back. I mean, I'm tired of putting bids in on houses. I'm tired of losing out on apartments. And so we've got to turn that circle around, or else it's going to start biting us. But overall, I mean, we are the powerhouse for the state, and we don't see that ending anytime soon. So.
Thank you. Yeah, that's perfect. So as Grand Rapids continues to be the best place to raise a family, the best place to retire, we continue to be the best of everything. I often say we can't go west anymore, right? We got a lake stopping us. So inevitably, they're going to come right to us, because when we did that housing study, it was a 45-minute commute that people want to do. That puts us right here in Belding, honestly, to get to downtown, or Kentwood, you name it. Wherever it is in Grand Rapids, it's like 45 to 50 minutes from Belding. So thank you for that. Senator Outman, what are you seeing from a state lens of what's happening in the housing realm?
It's actually quite encouraging to listen to him, because
a lot of times we look at the state, not necessarily the region. And, state demographics, like you said, a lot of times is pulled from the southeast side of the state where it is actually going backwards. But we know that. I mean, because when I go to Lansing or Detroit, there's a different feel than when we go to Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids is a very vibrant community, and it shows every time you go there with the number of festivals and everything else that they have going on. They pull a lot of people in, and we can certainly see that as we talk about bedroom communities to Grand Rapids too. That in the Panhandle of Montcalm County, Howard City area is that 45-minute or so commute to Grand Rapids. People are willing to make that drive to get out of the city as long as transportation costs can stay relatively low. And that's the big clincher. When those fuel prices skyrocket, it really puts a strain on their budgets. And also the availability and affordability of vehicles. And that has come into, since COVID, that's been a big issue. And even used vehicle prices have gone through the roof, and that's all factored in. You also factor in the high cost of auto insurance and everything else that comes with transportation costs. And if we at the state level can help to alleviate some of that so that these communities north of the city can take advantage of people can take advantage of lower cost of living up here, and they're willing to make that drive, it'll be a bonus for us. But I hear time and time again from these communities that the availability of affordable housing is a huge issue. And we're looking at that. We speak to developers. We look at it at the statewide level. How can we help facilitate development of homes, low-cost affordable homes for particularly that missing middle, the people that are working a lot of hours but still struggling to make ends meet. And so those are one of the big issues that we're looking at a lot of things to lower the cost of living, but particularly when we talk about these bedroom communities, we're talking about the availability of affordable housing. But another one that's coming up that seems to be, the landscape's changing as these bigger healthcare organizations merge. And it's something that hits close to home for me. They're closing some of our small rural hospitals, and they did that in Lakeview, which was pretty disconcerting because there was a big need in my mind for that. And access to quality, affordable health care in rural areas, we're becoming healthcare deserts. And people are taking that into consideration too when they're deciding whether they should move north or stay closer to the urban areas where they still have a hospital that's functioning. So again, we're looking at a lot of different things, but we are looking. So.
Well, thank you. So how many people in here know what CEDAM is? Have you heard of them? Nice. I'd say about half. So Jessica, can you tell the other half what CEDAM is?
Sure. Thanks for having me today. My name is Jessica Ackmoody. I am the Policy Director at CEDAM, the Community Economic Development Association of Michigan. CEDAM is a statewide membership organization, and we have more than 200 members working on locally based community economic development. So our members work to revitalize and strengthen communities and help residents build financial security and generational wealth. In our policy areas, we work on three main areas. One is affordable housing. The second one is economic inclusion work. And then the third one is building capacity of our members who are on the ground doing their work. And if I could speak to what's going on a little bit at the state level too, because there's some exciting stuff going on. I know, I'll give you some good news. For the first time ever, the state did pass a bill to fund our Michigan Housing and Community Development Fund, which is our state housing trust fund. And that will be funded at $50 million a year as long as corporate income taxes are over a certain amount. So I think that's one of the first times we've seen so much state investment in housing. Prior to this, it's all been federal investment. And as the senator spoke to, There was also a missing middle fund. So I'm really encouraged to see at the state level legislators listening to you and seeing that we do have that affordable housing crisis and trying to address it with funding for developments and that gap funding for some of those projects that need to get done.
Thank you. So Tim, the next question I'm going to ask you is, as employers, as the Right Place is interacting with employers, what kind of long-term investments are they needing to come into or to develop outside of the Grand Rapids area? Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, and actually, the last question, just real quick, I failed to ask. Two of my colleagues are in here. I can't see everybody's in the dark. Ryan Wilson and Jacob, where are you guys? Raise your hand if you're here. I think
they're out.
they're out. They're gone, obviously. There you go. Hey, there you go. So I'm only going to be here for the panel discussion, unfortunately. But afterwards, if you guys want to follow up the Right Place, both Jacob and Ryan will be here. So, anyways, with that, you're asking about businesses and what they're looking for.
Yeah, if employers are trying to come into the region. We know that the Right Place does a lot of work with potential employers that are coming in.
Yep.
What are they really looking at? The reason I'm asking this question is it was just announced that Michigan climbed 8 spots up to number 12 in Site Selections magazine for the top state business climate ranking. And I'm just curious, one of the things that in that specific article that came out like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, is the ease of permitting and regulatory procedures. Workforce housing, of course, came in second. Land and building prices and supply, the access to utilities. So I'm just curious, as an entity that works with lots of employers, is that resonating? Is that accurate?
It is. I mean, it's the cool thing about the Right Place is doing what we do here. Jacob and Ryan and I. Not only do we get to look at West Michigan, but we get to look at the country. And I know we complain a lot, but we do really owe a debt of gratitude and thank you to our utilities at Consumers Energy. You got Nate Henschel sitting over here. Consumers does a fantastic job keeping up with customer demand, especially on the business side. Do we occasionally lose out to some of those southern states that you could argue have more of a mafiosa type approach to their utilities? Yes, but in terms of the Midwest, I think we're pretty strong. One of the areas that we actually are most challenged in on the business side is a buildable area. Right now, the number I want you guys to walk away with is 1.4%. That is the total industrial vacancy rate that we have for West Michigan. So if I have a business that's looking that approaches us from Phoenix, we get a lot of the Midwest stuff, so Indiana, Ohio, and they're looking at a second location, or they're looking to relocate or consolidate in West Michigan. I've got 1.4% of all the total industrial area to develop that's available to locate them in. So today, if someone approached me and said, hey, I need 100,000 square feet, and I need it on 32 acres. And it's got to be, they want to be near highways or rail or something like that. 7 times out of 10, we'll send it out to our partners, but chances are there's nothing in West Michigan that's going to fit that. So we cannot respond to customer demand. We'll do our best. We'll send what we have, but it's certainly not going to meet, meet the demand for businesses that are expanding. So industrial real estate is probably our biggest pinch point. The other pinch point behind that is water and sewer. And that's kind of that's a challenge for everybody, whether on the housing side, residential side, or the business side. Very few businesses of scale can operate without access to water and sewer. Our water and sewer system in West Michigan is sort of a fractured system, I will call that. So we run into some challenges there as well. But in terms of the permitting side, our locals, for by and far are very good to work with. I will admit, there are more challenging communities in West Michigan than others. Not everything's sunshine and rainbows. Again, you get that on the housing side and you get that on the industrial side. One of the things, I was in Lansing a couple weeks ago talking to a statewide group of economic developers about this new theory, this new next wave of NIMBYism out there called bananaism. It's the idea of build absolutely nothing anywhere near anyone. And we all laugh, but we come from communities that have that.
We have that right here.
I don't want to see another manufacturing facility. I don't want to see another housing development. I don't want to see another retail store. I don't want to see another restaurant. Just leave it alone. Well, we all know what happens to things that you leave them alone. They become museums. So, those are kind of, pluses and minuses, in West Michigan. All in all, we do have opportunities. I mean, we're seeing opportunities every day that come through, for businesses that are expanding.
You mentioned something, we won't spend much time on this, but those that are from Montgomery, Ionia County, when you were saying that transportation, access to transportation, is that a barrier that you're seeing from a West Michigan lens? Because it is a significant barrier in Montgomery, Ionia County, as we only have 131 that goes on the very edge, and we have 96 on the very edge. We don't have that access to rails and rails went to trails. Are you seeing that on the West Michigan lens as a deterrent or an obstacle for those that are wanting to relocate here and bring their workplace here?
Yep. So the short answer is yes. It is an obstacle. Every company, you can imagine if you're going to be a manufacturer, the less time you're putting heavy steel, heavy plastic, heavy manufactured goods on the road, the less time it's on the road, the better you are. And the other thing is we're in Michigan. So any road that's not on a highway is going to have winter restrictions on it. And so you're running that route, when you're trying to get out of Belding and get all the way to 131 or all the way, to 96 is like which roads in February and March and April can I drive? Which ones can I not drive? When do I have to detour? So yeah, it is a challenge, but here's the good thing for you guys is the talent market is so damn tight right now. Manufacturers are putting up with it because they're going where the talent is. So if you want company growth, if you want economic growth, you want people to come to you because companies are already following people, and wherever the people go, wherever the people live, companies will follow. So in the past where, Belding, Greenville, may have been a challenge in the past, the more that you can offer a workforce, the more that you can offer a ready, skilled workforce, to take those jobs, they're willing to deal with the, with the winter weight restrictions and things like that. So,
Excellent.
but you also got to have places for them to live too.
Exactly that. So how much this is for any of you, how much has the cost of living changed over the last few years, and how has it impacted either West Michigan or the state? Can either of you take that question?
Well, I looked at the Alice data, which you guys heard all about that earlier. And what I found I looked at Montcalm, Ionia, the percentages.
Yeah.
They really haven't changed a lot. In 2019, it was 43% of people in Alice in poverty. And in 2021, it's 44%.
Yeah.
And then Ionia kind of follows the same, 37% and then 35%. So it actually went down a little bit. But we do know from census data that came out in 2021 that 50% of people in Michigan are spending more than 30% of their income on housing. And so I think, that's pretty startling to me.
In fact, when we did the Upjohn Institute last year, 47% of Montgomery, Ionia County, the average is 47% spent on housing.
47% of the
47
income.
on housing, yeah.
Right.
Which is high.
It's incredibly high. The kind of best practices is you shouldn't spend more than 30% of your income on your housing costs, so housing and utilities. So I think that we're seeing that have a huge impact because if people are spending that much on housing, obviously they don't have the money to pay other bills, medical bills, food bills. So that's kind of what we're seeing across the state with that housing shortage and people spending that much on housing, I'd say.
So coming from go ahead.
I say, so here's the cool thing about panels is that you guys get to hear the cross section of this. So, you talked about, from the personal income side. From the employer side, we've dealt with employers saying for the past at least 8 years that they've had to raise wages, over 28% just to keep up with talent. They've got employees that are sticking with them for 6-8 weeks and then jumping for another $1.50 someplace else that they can get an hour. Okay, So start putting all this stuff together in your head. You've got, this issue over here where, you have citizens that, already not making ends meet, not, kind of strapped for personal income. You've got employers on the other side saying, we're getting to the point where I can't afford talent, and so now I'm going to, they're starting to do that calculus to say, you know what, 42 grand for, a sorting robot, a quality robot, versus 38 grand to have a human, human employee here. You start to do the calculus, and it's like, well, maybe one's starting to pay off for the other. So again, you've got the personal income side, and you have the employer side as well. But yeah, I mean, wages are have gone up 28, 30% over the past probably 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So
That's a lot. Yeah.
And I got a lot of those calls in my office from employers in every industry, whether it was plumbing industry, building industry, particularly trucking industry, people not being able to find help. It just wasn't there. And like he said, they're raising their wages in order to draw people in, but the people just aren't there. I mean, you try to poach them from other industries because they're all taken in that particular industry, and and they're frustrated, particularly again truck drivers, because and I hear a lot from milk haulers. They're working so many hours, and what they're saying is it's becoming dangerous because we're working all these long hours. We're falling asleep at the wheel. But we have to pick up that milk. We have to deliver that milk every day. It's not something that they have an option on. It isn't like they can lower the number of trips that they take. And, and we try to do stuff at the state level to, I put in the DHHS budget a direct care worker wage increase in the healthcare field. But I think all of those wage increases have been eaten up by inflation because, when you look at inflation, it isn't just the cost of fuel, it's, again, the cost of cars, it's the cost of auto insurance, because cars are more expensive. They're more expensive to insure. Utility rates have gone up, food prices, healthcare costs, healthcare insurance. I mean, you name it all across the board, groceries, and it's that snowball effect that, every little bit takes a bite out of your budget, and people are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. And then when you have employers that are raising wages to help draw people in, but also to counter the effects of inflation, that inevitably raises the price of the goods that they're producing, which, again, it's that snowball that just, it's the wrong snowball. We're going down the wrong hill with that, and we got to figure out a way to stem that tide and change things.
this panel's going to turn into an economic session, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's important. So I mentioned in the beginning that I've spent a lot of time doing some policy advocacy work. With CEDM, we've worked for the earned income tax credit to have that rate increase because we know that those supports, and we saw from the pandemic that we moved people out of poverty, especially our kiddos. What kind of work on a legislative or policy advocacy realm can everybody in here take and help to make changes? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. In a particular area or just?
I would say for housing specifically.
For housing specifically. I think there are a few things going on at the state level around housing. You'll hear more about it later today. The statewide housing plan came out, and each region has its own group that's working on a regional plan and regional goals for that area. So if you're not connected to that, I think the right place is partnering to lead that group. I would say talk to them and get involved and see what's going on there. I think another thing, we can only get so far with funding. We don't have a ton of funding available at the state level. So another thing that we're really looking at is zoning. Some areas, haven't looked at the master plan and their zoning recently, and a lot of times the zoning will prohibit certain units from being built. So I think locally, looking at your zoning laws and making sure it's very housing friendly is good. And I think just sharing your stories with your legislators. They do listen to you, and they want to know what's going on in the area. And if there's a particular area that you see an issue with, sharing that story with them is really helpful. I know you had talked about the manufactured housing issue. I don't know if you're going to bring that up or not. There is a package of bills. I have not weighed in on them yet, but looks at manufactured housing because we've seen a lot of out-of-state companies buy up manufactured housing places and then jack up the rent. And so these bills would do things to help curb that and curb the expenses that people are seeing coming down from those out-of-state owners. But any kind of stories that you have that you can share with your legislators, they definitely listen.
Well, you know, that's interesting that you bring up that. We've seen locally, I can think of one trailer park group that was purchased and turned into a campground. And so all of those, that was a very low income, a place that that met the Alice budget. Like they could live there for $500 a month, and the entire trailer park is now no longer existing. And so all of those individuals had, 30 days to get out of there. And that, you know, they might own that trailer, or they may now have to figure out how do we move it. They're so old that if they try to move it, they're going to fall apart. So now you have the entire trailer park that was there that could be, you know, 30 different dwellings. Now they have to go somewhere. And again, most of them tend to be our Alice that don't have a savings and can't even afford to move it, let alone where do you move it to? And that is happening right here. And so that is a concern. Even as we look at the infrastructure needed to support some of our parks, we're seeing lot rents going up. We have a lot of seniors that live in mobile home parks or trailer parks, and we're seeing that increase. During the pandemic, we used to be able to put substantial amount of individuals that needed temporary housing. Maybe they were waiting to get into our homeless shelters. They could go into the hotels. Well, once the pandemic hit, we had large employers that all of a sudden started snatching up all the rooms. And so now those rooms have continued to be used by their employers because they no longer are busing or vanning in their people because we don't have access to good transportation. So a lot of times you see at the park and rides around, you'll see a Michigan van where an employer is going out and grabbing their people and bringing them in. They found that it's actually cheaper to have them in hotels. And so our very limited amount of hotels in Mount Common-Ionia County, very limited, are always full. And they are full for our employers who need them. They are full because we have waiting lists for our homeless shelters. And I said before in the beginning that we don't have family shelters. So if you're a family that was in one of those mobile home communities and all of a sudden that happens, and it has absolutely happened in the last 2 years here, when that happens, now all of a sudden an entire family is displaced. And there's not a single shelter that we have available that can take a family. So what happens is maybe the gentleman of the family can be housed if there's room at the shelter, but our men's shelter has had a waiting list for a good solid 3 years straight. The domestic violence shelter has had a waiting list now. And so advocating for those items, we know that that's happening, but our collective voice really is powerful if we use it, and we support whether it's a call to action or a sign-on. Thank you for raising that, because that is really important in our community. It's something that people don't really realize that is even happening. It's kind of quiet.
Yeah, and like I said, the bills would prevent manufactured home park owners with a persistent record of jacking the rent from actually getting relicensed. It also prevents a lot of what we're seeing too is they're tacking on service charges to the utility bills. And so it would only allow them to charge the actual cost of the utilities to the people in the park. And there are a couple other things in there. Like I said, I haven't looked at them really closely yet. And they haven't had a hearing, but I've been hearing about them a little bit, so.
Yeah, we have to.
Can I speak a little bit about that too?
Sure,
Terry?
please.
So being in the position that I'm in, I'm fortunate enough to be able to get invited to some of these communities and listen to the problems that they're having. You know, and traditionally, so I'm an excavator by trade, and a lot of times in my industry, because you're spending so much of your money just replacing equipment and or maintaining it, which is a very high cost, you really don't, unfortunately, you don't have a lot of money to put away for retirement. You know, we don't have 401ks and that kind of stuff a lot of times. And so the one thing that a lot of older excavators do is buy some property, and they'll either develop it, you know, put spec homes up, you know, and put utilities in and a road, and maybe build their own home there, but then section it off, or they'll build a manufactured housing community and probably will be one of the first people to put their place on there. And it's kind of going by the way. You know, it worked well. It worked well for the person that developed that, and because they lived right in that community and were friends with many of those people, they were concerned for their welfare, you know, and they kept prices low and did a good job of maintaining it, and that system seemed to work. But unfortunately, she's right. They're being bought up by large corporations, and many of them are buying these up and just exponentially jacking up the lot rent. And so even though you own your own home on there, sometimes the rent becomes so great, and the tack-ons of utilities and everything else that it just doesn't become economically feasible anymore. But then where do you go? You own this home, and you've got to move it off, which is pretty expensive, and you got to find a place to land. You know, whether it's buy a small piece of ground and put in your own utilities, or try to find another manufactured housing community that hasn't done the same thing. And so we at the state level have looked at that. Matter of fact, Senator Irwin is a good friend of mine. He's a senator out of Ann Arbor that has a package of bills in his committee. The committee is the Housing and Human Services Committee, and it's Senate Bills 486 to 492, and it's looking at that very issue. One of the questions that Terry had asked me is, how do we collectively advocate at the state level for something like that? And certainly you can come to me or my son who's here and have us reach out to these committee members. I don't serve on that committee, but again, a lot of the way you get things done in Lansing is to build relationships, and that part's always been easy for me. Maybe the governing's a little harder, but I'm pretty good at relationships. And so, but also reach out to the chair of those committees, let them know how important that is, because that series of bills has not had a hearing yet, and it should have. Part of the problem is we closed up shop early. Some of these things could have been done this year, and they weren't. But nevertheless, it isn't like that bill died. It's still in the queue, waiting to take up, you know, have a hearing. And I can't imagine that there'd be a lot of opposition to something like this. This is important, you know, all across the state. So look up that committee, look up the committee members, reach out to them, and certainly reach out to your own legislators, and we can also advocate, you know, but I think hitting it at a two-pronged approach is more effective than just any one single prong.
Also, you can become a CEDA member, and I'll do it for you. There's my pitch.
Yeah, I like that. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, I don't know if you're gonna get into it, but, you know, we talked about statewide. Are we gonna get down to the locals, or do you want me to wait on that? Or?
Go for it. That's where I was going next.
Okay, good. So you've heard about statewide stuff, which is good. I mean, you can affect things statewide, but one of the things we all need to remember is Michigan is a home rule state. Michigan's a home rule state. Most of the power on a day-to-day basis in your community sits in your local community. And let's get real for a minute here. Every day I get up and I meet. Yesterday I met with 2 more local townships. And township staff, administrators, those that work for the township on a day-to-day basis want to see growth in their communities. They plan for it, they zone for it, the master plans reflect it. But every time, not every time, many times, when new developments are proposed, whether they're multifamily, whether they're single family, whether they're industrial development, the pitchforks and torches come out in the community, and we get that back to that whole bananism thing. And as much as I love these panels, and as much as I love talking to you guys, I get tired of talking to the choir. You guys are the ones that, I see all you guys are all nodding your heads, yep. But you're not the ones that are showing up at the township committee, the township hearings and saying, saying that other side of that, or explaining that other side of the story to say, where is my son and daughter going to live if you keep saying no to these housing developments? Because everybody wants bananism, everybody says not in my backyard, everybody says, you know what, build those in Grand Rapids, we don't want those in Montcalm County. Build those someplace else. I know we need housing, but not here. Those are the same people that are going to the restaurants and getting together on Thanksgiving saying, you know what, my son or daughter had to move away. They're living over in Lansing now, and it takes them an hour to get here because they couldn't find a house to buy. Well, who the hell you think is going to build that house if you keep showing up at the township committees and saying no and show up with pitchforks and torches that you can't build them? I mean, let's get real for a second. Those two are related to each other. So the more that we can get active at our local level, you've got the local township administration and employees that want to see growth happen. They're taking a strategic approach. They're looking at planning and zoning and land use. They're giving you options on where you can expand housing, but the local community is ultimately going to decide that. And when those township trustees are sitting there in front of that trustee meeting, no matter what the planning and zoning says, if there are 68 people that show up and give their 3 minutes of public comment that are all absolutely opposed to it, they're going to listen to the local community. So we need your support out there. If you want to see housing of any kind, if you want to see housing of any kind, it's going to be incumbent upon you guys to do it at the local level.
So thank you. Our next panel needs everybody's help doing that. I can only give you one stat because it's the only one that I happen to know that happened this week. In this town, in Belding, last week there are 40 homeless families that are couch surfing that we know of. 40. That's not the people that are living along the walking trail. That's not the people that are living along the tent or in tents along the river because they choose to. We have 40 families that are couch surfing and doubled up just in this little town. When I said a third of our kids are couch surfing, that's not an exaggeration. And we need to have a voice at our local levels to make those changes. Thank you for lifting that because I think that's where we have to be bold. When we talk to our developers and we talk to some of our planners and our zoning, our last conference, we need people to be brave enough to come and say, yes, we don't want to have homeless kids in our school. We don't want to have doubled up, let alone you don't want your friends to be in that situation and you may have and you just not know it. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's not something that we want to hear, but it's something that we have to actually hear and do work with. So, do you know of any kind of, let me give a little backstory. We have, during the pandemic, we had a bunch of new apartments that were coming into Greenville. Greenville is it's our biggest municipality in Montcalm and Union County. And there was a bunch of apartments coming in pre-pandemic. I don't know what the rents are today, but pre-pandemic, rents were $1,200 for a one bedroom, going up to $1,500, $1,600 for two bedrooms and up. And at the time, everybody, the sticking thing that you heard is, how is anybody going to afford that rent? Because that is high for this area. It's now the norm in this area, but 3 years ago, that was really high. Those apartments, every time they add another phase, are at full capacity before they even build them. So that is to point out that we're going to continue to see that. So my first question is, do you know about any kind of rent reform legislation that's going on? Okay. You could just do a short answer.
Yeah, I mean, there is some legislation that got introduced. I don't see it moving anywhere. It's a really complicated issue.
Yeah, it is. Okay,
Can I speak? And I don't know of any legislation going forward right now, but I'm always cautious when it comes to rent control.
Yeah.
You know, you see that a lot in the big cities, you know, Chicago, Detroit, New York for sure. There's a point where you put the control so low that, I mean, we already talked about people not willing to invest in housing.
Right.
And that would be a hindrance, or it could be a potential hindrance to anybody wanting to do that. I mean, I talk to a lot of people who are landlords or previously were landlords, and maybe not even housing complexes, just single wide trailers. And we put in a lot of rules that made it very tough to kick people out if they weren't willing to pay the rent or couldn't pay the rent, whatever it was. But we didn't do anything to help those individuals who owned those properties to, you know, help pay the taxes on them that are exorbitant because it's non-homesteaded, or to pay the utilities on them, or even if they had a mortgage on these places because they invested in them, there was no help there. And there are so many people that I've talked to in my profession now that have just said, it just doesn't work for us anymore. We're just getting out of it. Again, that makes less available housing for people in this area. So, you know, I'm very cautious when I don't want to see people come in and gouge people. You know that, but you can't swing the pendulum too far, or it's disincentivizing investment.
right.
I think the issue, well, one of the issues is it's so expensive to build right now. You know, building costs went way up. If you look at the math, you just can't make it work without spending or without charging $1,200 a month
Right.
rent on those apartments. We lost a lot of contractors, first in 2008, and then it's been an ongoing issue. We don't have enough contractors, so that drives up your prices too. There's so many costs that go into building these units that drive up the ultimate end cost, that they kind of have to charge that much. And the only way that you can charge less is with some kind of like low-income housing tax credit, or at the state level now we have the Housing and Community Development Fund, but you need that gap financing to be able to build those affordable units.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing that we could do at the state level is lower some of the burdensome regulations that go along with building. I mean, I can think of, you know, I moved an old farmhouse, and this was, you know, 30 years ago or more, and just to go through the permitting process then seemed kind of crazy, and then some of the demands of the inspectors, and I can remember saying, so that's required? And he said, well, it's my preference. And I said, well, then it's not necessarily bad to have that preference, and I welcome your input, but don't tell me something's required that isn't. If, you know, I'm glad to know that you think it's good, and maybe I'll take that into consideration, but cost is another consideration for me. And, you know, and I think we took a step backwards at the state level when, you know, during the Snyder administration, we put in a regulation that said, if the state's gonna require a regulation more stringent than federal standards, then you better make a good case for it. And economic viability was a huge contributing factor to that decision-making process. And that just got reversed. I mean, so we have the ability now at the local or state level to put in regulations that are more stringent than federal government, and we don't have to necessarily take that into consideration. And, you know, and maybe it's all well and good, you know, but it's going to drive up costs. That's just how it is.
Thank you. So I have one last question for Tim, and then I'll open up to if anyone out there has questions. Tim, I would say 5-6 years ago, the Right Place was really known for just bringing employers in and really looking at the economic piece. Post-pandemic, there's been a shift, and the Right Place is now involved in housing. Can you explain why?
Yeah, I'd like to say it had something to do with the pandemic, but it really had something to do with a new CEO. So we had our previous CEO, you may have heard the name Birgit Close. She was with us for 30 years plus before she retired. Kind of in the middle of COVID, we had a switch up. She retired, and we have a new CEO, President CEO, Randy Thalen, that came in, and he started February 21, I believe. Time flies when you're having fun. But February 2021, and in July of 2021, we kind of upended our entire organization and reorged everybody under these new 3 pillars of what we call people, place, and prosperity. The people side is all around workforce development. Not to go into too far of this, but we approach workforce development from the opposite way of Michigan works and a lot of other folks do, is we do not help, Johnny unemployed find a new job. We help CEO Ted or CEO Sally figure out how to find Johnny. So, because those are the relationships that we've had for 30 years is with CEOs and executive directors of companies. And so we sit down with employers, and we hear a lot from them to say, you know what, I put the sign out in the front, in the front. My HR department's posting online. I have that little blow up fanoodle thing that says now hiring, come on in and apply. But I'm not getting the employees I want, and the employees that I do hire aren't staying here. That's where we come in on that side. So that's the people side of it. The prosperity side of it is what you think it is. It's a legacy business that we brought forward, which is helping businesses expand, attracting new businesses, and then I lead that middle one in around place, and that place department is all around placemaking, community development, and creating vibrancy within a community. And how those 3 work together is the idea is that, I like to start with me in the middle because it's me and I'm selfish, but the whole idea is if you don't have a vibrant community and you don't have a sense of vibrancy in your community, you're not going to attract the people that to live in that community. And what did I say earlier? If you don't attract people, you're not going to attract the business side of that as well. So it's kind of a triangle. They all feed off of each other. Businesses need people. People are attracted to places, and so that's kind of the new structure that we have going forward at the right place.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Terry, just in closing before questions, the other thing I'd be remiss in not mentioning is a great organization that I've had the privilege of helping at various times is that directly affects affordable housing in this area is Habitat for Humanity. They, not only do they hold these people accountable as far as they have to have sweat equity into this building process, they also have to take a financial literacy class, and they also are on the hook for, some of the money to, it's a mortgage for these homes, and it's proven highly successful. That's one of the benefits of being in the position that I'm in. I'm exposed to different organizations that previously, you'd hear about, but you really weren't involved with. But because of my particular skill set of moving dirt, they asked me if I could get involved, and so I've been privileged to bring my equipment out and help dig a few basements and do the dirt work around those homes. And I've also been privileged to go out to these different builds and swing a hammer and help out. And I know that it's just another piece of the puzzle that helps, but it does a great job of, just the model that they use. They do a great job. And I wanted to, put in a plug for them.
Thank you. So we've got a couple minutes. Does anyone have questions for our panelists? Yes, in the back.
Hi there. So I've heard a couple of suggestions of what we can do to better the situation in our own communities. I've heard go to the local level and advocate. I've heard talk to your senators and your representatives. Can we get a little bit more precise and concrete? What can I do as a community leader in a small rural community starting today? Like what's one, even if it's small, I don't care, just like one thing.
Are you a member of the Planning Commission?
No, I'm not.
Have you participated in your community's master plan?
I don't even know what that is.
That's 2. So, no, real quick, just straw poll. Raise your hand if you have in the past or currently serve on your local community's planning commission. 5 of you. Guess who approves every building permit that goes through your community? The planning commission. The planning commission holds the keys to that. By the time it gets to the board of trustees, usually it's a rubber stamp unless it's something very controversial. But if you want to participate and you want to make a difference, serve on the planning commission. We've got elections coming up this next year. The other thing is, and I don't want to get too political on this one, but
Oh, I'll be political.
run.
Every planning commissioner, or planning commission, every planning zoning person and commissioner in our county was invited today. 5 people raised their hands.
The other one is run for office. I can't, because the nature of the work that I do, I can't run for office. Many of you can. And I know it's a pain in the ass. And no one wants to. I was just talking to my wife about this last night. 10 o'clock at night, we're watching the news, and I'm like, I could. She's like, nope, you're not. Nope, you're not. But several of you can. And it's one of those things where, she finally admitted to me. She's like, you know what? As pain in the butt as it is, as much you have to put up with it, someone's got to do it. Because if you don't do it, that other person is. And this isn't a red or blue thing. This isn't a liberal or conservative thing. This is most elections in your local community aren't red or blue Democrat, Republican elections. They're non-party elections. Run for local trustee. Run for local city commission. Run for local village, village council. And if you need help, a lot of your local chambers of commerce, you're like, well, I don't know how the hell to do that. A lot of your local chambers of commerce, even the Grand Rapids Chamber of Commerce, will coach you along in that process. So get involved. Get planning commission and master plan. And if you don't know what a master plan is, look it up or see me afterwards. I'll tell you what it is. So,
Darcia.
thank you.
Yes, to all you just said, I've been a supervisor for Eureka Township. Now
Thank
I'm
you.
an administrator. It is a privilege to serve your community. It is true, we are not Republican, Democrat so much on the local level. So you don't have all of that. And it is true, okay, your planning commission is appointed by your township board, so you don't run for the planning commission. You go and put your name in and get involved. We had 70 acres. We've had 3 developers go and pass because of zoning regulations that were in our township. A year ago, Bishop Construction came in. They have walked through the process with Eureka Township. There are going to be 55 new houses built there. However, because of cost, they are going to be about $250,000 to $300,000 units. But that because we also do not have city utilities, they each will have their own well and septic. So that's again a thing that adds to the cost. But it can work. But if we also had another developer come in, and he was put down because local people came in and said, we want this kept rural. We do not want to change the agricultural zoning to suburban residential. So everything that you just said happens. It happens at your local level. Go to the meetings, and you can make a difference.
Thank
So
you.
one of the things she just said is they added 55 homes. Give her a round of applause. The other thing is don't let perfection be the enemy of the good. Yeah, okay, they're on well and septic and you couldn't get, water and sewer in there. Yeah, they're going to be a little bit above market rate, but again, there's this whole area of housing to talk, and I don't know if I follow it or not. Well, I see my media friends in the room, so I got to watch my P's and Q's, but there's this whole theory out there of trickle-down housing. You build a $300,000 house, the people that are living in the 250 house will move up to the 300, the people that live in the 200 will move up to the 250, and it eventually opens up something at the bottom end. There's theories out there that works, there's theories out there that doesn't work, but, one of the things, my kind of mentor in the area around housing is a gentleman named Ryan Kilpatrick. He's kind of a czar legend in West Michigan. And his point over the past 5 years has just been, just build housing. Just build it. If it's 200, great. If it's 150, great. If it's 350, great. Stop arguing about the price and just build it. Build the housing. So congratulations. Thank you for what you're doing.
I think we're going to end there, but our next panel is going to be our developers, and I want to end with what Darcia said. 55 houses is super important because last year in Montcalm County, go back to a year ago, we were 6,000 housing units short. Last year in Montcalm County, 155 permits were issued in Montcalm County. Last year in Ionia County, 90 permits were issued. At less than 255 permits a year, we will never get to where we need to be. So 55 is a huge deal. So thank you all for joining this panel. We're going to have a break. Let's come back at 10:33. I know that's a randomly weird number, but I want you to go home at 3. So 10:33, come back and we'll get going again. Let me introduce who we have here. Great conversations happening during that break. That was exciting. All right, so we're officially, I keep calling the panels the wrong panel number, and clearly I don't know how to tell time or tell you guys time, so thanks for coming back 10 minutes after we left. That's fabulous. So with me over here, I have Emily. Emily is the Vice President and Director of Mercantile Community Partners. Sitting here in our chairs, we have John and Jacob Vandenberg. Want to raise your hands? They are from Benchmark Properties. And then we have John Bitely from Sable Homes. So we're going to start. Emily's going to do a little bit of a presentation. If you need me to move, just tell me and I'll move out of the way. But Emily, would you like to start?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm Emily Casillo. I am the Director of Mercantile Community Partners, which is a subsidiary of Mercantile Bank, which was formed earlier this year as a way to further enrich the communities that we've been serving for the last 26 years. We specialize in financing community development projects, specifically ones that utilize tax credits as a financing incentive tool. So low-income housing tax credits, or LIHTC, or historic tax credits, which are available for the redevelopment of historic structures that are often found in our community's main street. Think about any community and their main street and the buildings that are there that may need a facelift and can be reactivated, not only from a visual blight perspective, but also putting a building back on the property tax roll. Excited to be here, excited to be part of the Mercantile team and be able to bring some of the resources that we do often see in the Grand Rapids and Kent County markets to our rural communities. One of the biggest pieces of why I work in this space and why I enjoy being here is in fact the education piece. And as we've touched on quite a bit, there's a lot of communication and education that needs to happen around a lot of systematic issues, but most specifically affordable housing. I'm sure like many of you, you're reading about affordable housing a lot in the news. You're seeing a lot of the different words for affordable housing. You're seeing affordable, workforce, missing middle, Section 8. There's a lot of different terminologies floating around there, and they, in fact, do mean different things. And I think one of the biggest things we can do as community members is understand what are those differences and do they make a difference in how we feel affordable housing is needed in our communities. So we're going to dive a little bit into what does affordable housing mean. Next slide, please. First, I wanted to dig into the history of affordable housing, and it's been lengthy. If you think. It originally started in 1934, around the Great Depression era, as a way to support our communities. And as time go on, you will see I've bolded certain keywords like public housing, HUD, housing and urban development, Section 8, low-income housing tax credit. These were all large federal programming legislation that has been introduced to our economy throughout the years. You will note one of the largest two would be in 1974 and 1986 with the creation of Section 8 housing and our LIHTC, the housing tax credit. Since then, there has not been a lot of federal programs being rolled out. Yes, we've seen a few as it relates to COVID and rent assistance and eviction memorandums, but really there hasn't been a federal program rolled out in quite some time. As we've noted throughout a couple of the other panels, the state has been doing a lot of its own programming, which again speaks to, while a lot of these things are a national crisis, it really, really matters when you drill down to your statewide and local-wide participation in these matters. If you could go to the next slide, please. Oh, is this an old slide? Did you give them my Kent County presentation? Uh-oh, because I have one specific to Montcalm and Ionia.
Probably.
Okay.
I probably did that.
Well, Montcalm and Ionia are there. They're just not highlighted. So we're going to start there while we look for maybe, I sent you an updated one on Friday.
It could take a second.
It's okay. Do you want me to I can read
Yeah, just keep going.
Okay. So before we dive in, really what, when we talk about affordable housing, a lot of times you hear the terminology low to moderate income or LMI households. What does that mean? What is low to moderate income and who determines that? HUD, our Housing and Urban Development, produces these statistics and these benchmarks on an annual basis. And if you look above and below the Kent County that's highlighted here, we've provided a summary of the household annual income and what HUD decides as moderate, low, and extremely low. And this is based on an annual income. And for Ionia and Montcalm, I think it's 2.1 and 2.5 family members in a household. So just to get a sense of who falls in what category. Us in the audience, we may not realize we may fall in a moderate or low income household, but had no idea we actually could potentially qualify for housing that is deemed affordable. Let me see, because I think it's going to keep going with Kent County. Do you want me to re-forward it to you, Terry?
I just sent it over, but I don't know if they can bring it up quick enough. Josh, can you bring it up? I don't know where he's at. I think he's in the booth. Okay, thank you.
Let me pull up mine so I can make sure.
You want me to ask a question while we're waiting?
Sure.
All right, cool. Thanks for rolling with it.
Yeah, anytime.
Emily, in the work that you've been doing, sorry, this is totally off kilter,
Nope,
so
you're
just
good.
roll with it. In the work that you've been doing, what do you think is the biggest obstacle for affordable housing?
Outside of the numbers and the things we've already talked about with housing, just costs in general, I would say the education and a lot of the the stereotypes that go along with affordable housing. And once we get to some of my more slides, I like to drive home that part of, we throw a lot of data out there, but like was mentioned earlier, the data represents people. Those people are our neighbors, our family members, our friends. And until you can kind of make that connection between those numbers and who those people are, I think, that's where we're going to see more involvement from more people to actually make a change. And again, that's why I like coming here to be able to, I'm a banker, obviously, and really love numbers. So trying to help make that connection between what the data and the numbers say and who those people are and how we help them.
You want me to jump in a little bit?
Go for it, John.
So back to, I'm going to jump off from what Tim said in the last session, but that ties right in where she's at. So we talked about the planning commissions and so on. I had a small project. The planning commission literally had nobody show up to a single one of their meetings for over a year and a half. I proposed a 10-unit subdivision. They had 30 people show up and build nothing anywheres in their backyard. So as we talk about the problems and what you can do, even just going to the meeting and sitting there and listening and understanding how they work is huge, because there will be people show up in opposition to housing every time.
While we wait, I'm going to ask you the next question. So, John, can you talk specifically about what has stalled some of your... Well, first, can you talk about what the price point of the homes are that you build?
All right, we specialize in attainable housing. I stay away from the word affordable in our company, and the reason is it comes with a stereotype. The minute we say affordable housing, the audience that showed up to tell me not to build houses is instantly all over me that I am doing something bad in the community. So attainable housing, workforce housing, those types of things. Then to go back to your question, which is what have we seen that blocks these things. You name it, I've seen it. And usually, even to the point of personal attacks in these meetings and so on, they will do anything and everything to stop something happening in their backyard. And what's really amazing to me is how many people show up that are not even part of the community, that it's just a friend of a friend, so that they make sure there's 60 people in the audience or whatever the number is. And I'm telling you what, you guys know it, but you don't show up and tell us. You don't show up and say, we need this housing. It makes it impossible for our supervisor who's here and so on to move forward with these projects when there's 30 to 60 people there saying they don't want something to happen. Zoning, once we have those things in place, I could digress, but one of the nicest projects we can produce in the development side of things is an open space planned unit development. With that, we can provide a park or a playground or open space. And the way that happens, you make the lot a little bit smaller so there's leftover land, and many times people don't need an acre or 2 acres for their yard. So we come up with that. But it is currently technically a rezoning, which is open to referendum. And I can tell you, my friends in the development world and myself, we won't touch them. We cannot get them approved, because even if we get them approved, we get kicked out at the next election.
Thank you, John. Can you share, and before we jump back to Emily, can you share what, this is just a little place setting, where do you build?
We're headquartered in, oh, that's working now. We're headquartered in Rockford. That's our headquarters. We go, our primary is from about Big Rapids on the north side, down the 131 corridor to about the edge of Grand Rapids. We skip Grand Rapids, and then we take off again and go clear down to Wayland. We do come east this way more than we go west. We are currently have a couple projects in Lowell and bump into Saranac. We're trying actively right now for the last 4 months to find a lot here in Belding to build for one of your school teachers. We've looked at a couple of vacant lots, and they had problems to the point that we couldn't overcome them with their cost budget. But
What type of problem would cause that?
okay, so
Just so everyone understands.
Yep, and so there was 2 vacant lots that people wanted to sell. They were owned by the same individual. I've owned them a long time, and that's probably why they're for sale. As we did our due diligence, the listing card had said there was water and sewer available, but in their mind, water and sewer being available, it was 3 to 4 lots over, which that doesn't mean it's available. The cost to bring that pipe and structure to the home made that lot cost prohibitive to build. There was also some topographic, which is the contours or the roll, some wooded sites, and it had been a house, so there was some other existing things that by the time we paid to fix all those things, the budget didn't work for the person. The other one is right on the main street, and water and sewer is available, but the sewer line is on the wrong side of the main highway, and to get a lateral brought across that street to hook the house to just doesn't exist. And the cost would, again, make it cost prohibitive for the individual. They're as we say, Alice is amongst us. They probably have an income that's just outside of Alice, but with their family and so on, they're so close to an Alice. It's amazing.
Thank you. We'll come back and talk more about that. But let's jump back to Emily. Are we good, Emily?
Yeah, we are. Thank you. Thanks for
thank you.
everyone's patience. We now have current data for you. So just to circle back, when we often talk about affordable housing, we talk about that those residents are low to moderate income residents, so LMI residents. And again, those definitions are defined by HUD, updated annually, and generally that means the households earning less than 80% of the area median income. Again, all this data is online. There's charts. We'll get you slides, but just for simplicity's sake, that 100% AMI column, the closest to me here, is what HUD determines as the median income per county. From there, they determine what is considered moderate, low, and extremely low-income households. For perspective there, the household sizes on Ionia and Mount Calm are in parentheses, and we've also provided some of the data if we're looking at an individual. There's a lot of math that goes behind this, so like we talked about in the Alice panel, depending on your family situation, there's a bunch of calculations, but just for simplicity's sake, we are showing here a household and one-person income levels. Based on all of these income levels, we determine what's called affordable rent, and there's a generally standard accepted definition of what's affordable, and that means you're not spending more than 30% of your gross income on housing. I don't think that many people, most people are likely spending greater than 30, but that is the benchmark that we use in order to set rents. So I know this is another large grid, but in Mount Calm and Ionia, if you were making 100% of the median income, so on average $53,000 a year, the fair market rent for you should be anywhere between that $1,400 and $1,700 a month in order to be able to afford. As we saw through those Alice calculations, that leaves you basically on that survival budget. And if you remember, those rent rates were nowhere near these rental rates we're seeing. So there's another discrepancy there. And again, there's a lot of different places this data comes from, whether we're talking about the poverty level, we're talking about AMI. So there's always slightly different variations of it. And just want you guys to all be aware. And primarily what drives those differences is where the funding sources are coming for those programs. Something that we've touched on a little bit is, as we look at Michigan as a whole, and then we look at our non-metro areas in Michigan, and then we drill down into the counties in which we live, you will see that HUD determines the fair market rent for Michigan, and we'll look at non-metro Michigan at $874 a month. That is what HUD thinks we can go out and find a 2-bedroom apartment for, and that is the maximum you should pay for it. I'm guessing that is really impossible to find. I even tried to do a quick little search online, couldn't even find anything under $1,000 a month. So then they say, okay, well, if you only are spending $874 a month on housing, you need to make at least $16.81. Okay, but our average renter wage is only making $13.84. So they're $3 an hour short to afford rent that doesn't even exist. If they're able to find a job paying $16.81 and rent that's $874 a month, they still have to work 1.2 full-time jobs in order to afford that. That just, the math doesn't make sense to me. And you're wondering how many people does that impact? Well, over 20% of our non-metro Michigan communities are in fact renters. So that's 1 out of 5 people are working more than 1 full-time job to afford rent at a level that doesn't even exist. So they're probably working more like 1.5, 2 times jobs. Again, something we've all, we've heard that before in a couple of the other presentations as well. We've touched on this a little bit. We have seen wages increase, and thank you to our employers who are listening to the demands and addressing the cost of living. But wages increased 2% last year, generally speaking. Our minimum wage only increased 2%, which, when we look at the cost of living, barely even makes a dent when we are talking about affording a 1-bedroom apartment. Again, as we look down at those fair market rents, we're asking people to work extremely long days, long hours, multiple jobs, to still be able to have a place at home. This is really where I think it drives home the discrepancy between how much we're paying our employees and how much their housing costs are going up. So in Michigan, you can see that our average wage of renters increased. We increased their hourly wage by 5% from last year, but the wage they needed to be able to afford housing increased 13%. And you can see that trend in each of the counties here. And so there's never a way anyone's going to catch up if our wages are only increasing at a fraction of what it costs to live in these homes. We have touched on too, who in fact are these people? They are working. They are working members of our society. They are our essential workers. They are in fact, a quarter of our working population earns less than a 2-bedroom housing wage. And a housing wage should be what we view as a livable wage. So that was also a definition that I think we've touched on is, what is a livable wage? What does that include? It includes housing, it includes food, it includes technology, access to education, all of these things. And we have a large portion of our workforce here in Michigan is currently still paid under the wage that is required to afford, again, rents that don't even exist. One of the other stereotypes, again, is in the majority of the people that qualify for this type of housing are in fact in the labor force or they've retired. They are not necessarily the lazy people. They are not just sitting here waiting for a free check. Of course, there's always exceptions, right? There's always gonna be somebody that's not the best egg, but we're, again, talking about these numbers are people. So wanting to remind you of that. As a whole, again, Michigan, we have a growing population, and as we continue to grow, we are seeing the number of renters increase. Here in Michigan, about 28% of our households are renters, and of those, almost half of them are cost burden, meaning they are in fact spending over 30% of their wages on housing. As you can see here in Michigan, we're over the national average by 7% of how many households are cost burden. Again, we touched on, the basic necessities. What we once called a livable wage is now what we're calling a housing wage. Michigan is 38th in total homeless population, and we rank 28th out of 50 in the most expensive housing wage. So that means we are the 28th most expensive state to live in. We touched on this earlier. What's happening? How can we help? What's going on? We, as the state of Michigan, have our first statewide housing plan, which is super exciting. I recommend everyone Google it. It's available to everybody on MSHDA's website. It is full of data. It is a long report, but I think it's worth looking through at least the first 5 pages of summary. There's a lot of good data there. But what that plan is looking to address is not only the affordability, which we've talked about, but also the disparities along racial lines. Our housing stock is pretty old in comparison to some of our other states. Most of our housing was built pre-1970, so not only from just age, but efficiency. There's a lot of ways we can improve on this housing, and of course, construction of units continue to fall in demand. And as they mentioned in an earlier panel, let's just get the units built. And it sounds a lot easier than it's done, but one of the ways we keep touching on is being able to change the laws and the zoning regulations in our townships to allow for these houses to be built. These are some large goals. They're statewide, and again, I think they'll touch on this in a later panel too, on the specific regions of what's included in that housing plan. So I wanted to make sure we address MSHDA, our Michigan State Housing Development Authority. MSHDA is our state agency that has been around since the mid-'60s, and they are really the agency that provides for a lot of this programming and funding. So while there's a lot of federal programs, the federal government really looks to each state individually to roll out their housing plans. So I also suggest, if you don't know anybody at MSHDA, that's also a connection that would be worth your while, right? Along with your local senators, MSHDA is actively working on a lot. One of the things that I think I've always found interesting, or maybe not as common knowledge, is how is MSHDA funded? As a taxpayer, right? As we are paying taxes not only on our own home, but paying taxes to support affordable housing, I think it's very important to know that MSHDA is financed not from state tax revenues, but from the sale of tax exempt and tax bonds. So potentially another opportunity for education is how are these projects actually being funded and with what dollars and where are they coming from? Which changes, again, depending on the certain programs. Again, at Mercantile, we have formed a group to help bring efficiencies to this marketplace, primarily from a multifamily housing standpoint. So we specialize in working with developers and MISTA to finance affordable housing projects. And again, that could be anywhere from somebody who is moderate income to extremely low income. And at Mercantile, we're able to provide both the investment and corresponding construction financing that allows for these units to be built more efficiently, hopefully, than it's intended. You know, a lot of the federal programs come with a lot of technical knowledge, a lot of acronyms. It can be very overwhelming for somebody to enter this space. We've gone through so many acronyms today, so much data. So really here at Mercantile, we're trying to provide that expertise to make the connections like we're all doing in this room to try to make this process not as intimidating and to encourage others to get involved in it. And then I'm just gonna leave this little glossary up here of all the keywords. There is these are the technical definitions. This is taken from the state housing study of some of these words. So I just also caution you as you reading about certain projects in the newspaper, pay attention to some of the wording because it is important and where those financing sources are, and that may help you put together the connections in order to make an informed decision as a community member on a proposed affordable housing project.
Thank you, Emily.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so that's a good segue. In this room, I know of 3 people that are on the state housing plan or have worked on it, and that's Ryan, Jacob, and myself. There really has to be more. I hear people talking about you've got to show up, and I know time is a crunch, right? I have so many other things that I need to be doing than be at some of these meetings, but they're important, and they're important for our region, so thank you for lifting that up. All right, so I've got some questions for you gentlemen. John, can you tell us what Benchmark Properties is and what your footprint is?
Yeah, so Benchmark Properties mainly deals in multifamily. We're looking to develop more multifamily properties. And we're mainly right now in Greenville is our main area. So, but we're expanding to look in other townships as well.
So are you building, Jacob, are you building homes that are for multifamily? Are you looking at new builds, rehab?
Yeah, we're looking at both, honestly. We've bought a number of rehab properties that we've turned around, maybe ones that were vacant or blighted, and got those fixed up, renovated, updated. But we haven't been able to find as many of those lately, particularly ones that are at a price point that makes any sense. So one of our goals is to try to build more multifamily, build new construction. So we've been actively looking for places to do that.
Okay, so one of the slides that Emily had up there, Emily, you can correct me if you remember the stat, but it was something like 45% of the state of Michigan's homes were built before 1970. In our housing study, we're close to 70% of our homes, I can't remember the specific percentage, but close to 70% of our homes in Montcalm and Ionia County fall within that range. And that's no surprise as we drive around, we have farmhouses, right? And those farmhouses were built pre-1900, 1915, 1920. We have a lot of older homes, and so when we drive around our community and we look at the current trends, Senator Outman talked about our hospital closing in Lakeview. Well, if you look at the data, you'll see that we are encouraging as a society our folks to age in place. And so we're not seeing the turnover of homes like we have before. We are seeing multi-generations in a home. And so you're right, there's not as many homes for sale to even rehab into, convert into multifamily homes. I'm curious from Benchmark's property, either one of you can answer this, from your perspective, when you have a dwelling that you want to go ahead and do, what is the obstacle that you face? Like, you can be honest, what's the obstacle that stops you?
Well,
We're all friends in here, I
yeah,
promise.
I mean, a lot of the, some of the obstacles, cost, obviously. There's not a lot, like Jacob said earlier, there's not a lot of properties out there, and the ones that are need significant work, especially the ones between, let's say, 100 or 80,000 and 180,000. All the way up to 180,000, you could still need new roof, new siding, new drywall, new electrical. You'd almost have to update the entire house, and by the time you do all that work, you're back up to the $300,000-$400,000 range, which eliminates a lot of buyers out of the market.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good segue to this point. During the pandemic, we received a lot of funds, not United Way, but into our community. 8CAP received a lot of weatherization dollars. And we found during that process, as we had individuals through the COVID emergency relief program, that their places that they lived in could potentially, qualify for the weatherization program. But as that program would send people in, we'd find that, again, we as 8CAP, would find that the houses didn't qualify because they had lead-based paint in them, or they have asbestos in them, because that's what our farmhouses are built out of, right? And so one of the things that I really encourage from what can we do locally is really we have to figure out how to advocate, because even as Emily showed on the slide, if 45% of Michigan's homes are built before 1970, they have asbestos and they have lead-based paint in them, which means we can't rehab them. And so on a local level, we need to figure out a way that we're able to advocate that we have help for homes that are falling in disrepair. So roofs are really important, septics are important, furnaces are important. Not only are they important to keep people housed, but they're important to, if we want this home ecosystem to work, we need to maintain what we currently have. I don't know of any county, before anybody asked this question at any point today, I know nothing about blight. I know it's a big deal, but I don't know anyone actively working in that space. I know that it consistently fails when there are blight programs, and I know that's important, but United Way is not in the realm of blight, so I can't address that. But I know it'll come up at some point. But my question really goes back to, anyone on the panel can answer this. What housing are you building and what price points are you building in? Just so that people can understand.
We specialize in single-family houses. We like the workforce housing is the terminology I'll use. Although when you look up there at the affordable housing glossary and definition, 30% of your income is all that you can put into your home for it to be affordable. That pretty much means any house if you qualify for a mortgage. So, but back to what we specialize in, I have a real passion for the, I'll say the upper Alice parties that are transitioning out of Alice. That tends to be the new home that we're building, or like to.
Excellent.
Yeah, for us, obviously we're trying to build more multifamily, and we're also working with the workforce housing. That's what our goal is, and as far as price range and everything when we're finished. But again, property, to buy a piece of property, well, let's talk about Greenville. Greenville is where we mostly work. And all of the properties that are zoned for multifamily, either, I've talked to the majority of the owners there in town, either A, they don't want to sell and they have no plans of adding units to the property, even though it's one of the very few that are zoned for it. And then there's a couple other owners that may be willing to sell, but their starting asking prices already eliminates workforce housing. Mm-hmm. You'd have to go high-end housing, which then eliminates a lot of customers. So yeah, some flexibility with zoning in towns, and I know going to some more of the meetings might help, or definitely would help, listening to some of the other panelists to encourage that. But yeah, it's one of the big issues that we run into.
So forgive my ignorance because I'm not a housing expert, I just advocate for housing. What kind of obstacles do you face when you are working with a township versus a city, a municipality, or them working together cohesively?
So a lot of the actually townships and cities that we've talked to have been pretty helpful overall, fortunately, in the region for some of the projects that we've discussed. Obviously, there's a lot of moving parts, especially for some of the projects we're looking at, you know, for maybe say 12 units and up, to put it in a township, you know, outside of city limits. It's difficult to make work with having to put that on a septic system and a well. So ideally, it's, you know, nice to be able to be close to city limits or in city limits, be able to connect to city services, water, sewer. So we've been fortunate, and Ryan Wilson and Jacob have, you know, kind of helped us in discussions with some of the local municipalities to, you know, to bridge that gap. So, you know, that's been helpful so far. Just you know, finding the right piece of property to do that on, you know, has been a little bit more of a challenge.
So to elaborate on that, you know, I do the single family, but I'm a developer also. And within that development, sometimes we look at the property and is it a mixed use? Very few zoning places allow for mixed use unless we go back to the open space or the planned unit development, which again, as I stated earlier, we're staying away from because we can't, even if we get support and approved, many times the bananas in the community have went nuts and they will file a referendum, put it to vote, and it's all for naught.
John, will you explain for those that are not housing
Okay,
geared
sorry.
what you mean by mixed use?
Mixed use is where we'll take, normally zoning might be commercial, which is your McDonald's, your Burger Kings, and so on, to industrial, which is your factories, and I'm oversimplifying it. Then we get into the residential, and we have high density, middle density, and low density. High density traditionally will back up to your commercial or your industrial. It's a transition into a medium density. Higher density would be apartment building, usually taller buildings. Medium density might be townhouses and smaller apartments, probably like your 10 or 12 unit. And then we get into lower density, which is traditionally single family. And then when we get in the rural, many times we get into the farming or ag zoning, which is even less density, which may be only one house per 2.5 acres, one house per 10 acres. Some townships I've seen are only so many houses per section. So you're not even talking one house per 40, which makes sense in some of the primary ag areas.
So if you were with us for our last conference when the Upjohn Institute suggestion of how do we fix our housing issue, it was density. We need to figure out density. We need to figure out how to have multi-units like you gentlemen are doing. We need to figure out how we can put more than one house and one septic on 1 acre. And that is something that locally we can't necessarily change. That's an Eagle issue. But at the state level, there is a lot of advocacy in from rural communities that has to change. We have to change it so that we can have more than one house, 1 acre, one septic system, or we'll never reach that density, especially when we are in such a large agricultural area with not a lot of available land.
Well, and that's when he mentioned we haven't had, you know, I'm not trying to take away from what you said, but you mentioned some of the townships have been friendly, but they're friendly to the conversation until you actually go in and start looking at the zoning that's master planned, or how do we make this happen. And I'm not saying the individuals that are elected aren't friendly. Please don't take it that way. But as a whole, they're going to answer to them 60 bananas or 50 bananas that show up at the meeting, and if they're going to get reelected, they have to be sympathetic to that. If we don't show up and become the banana on the other side that says, hey, we want this housing, how do we make this happen? How do we be creative and move forward? So she alluded to Eagle, which is our former DNR type DEQ product, and that's just their new name. But You know, I can't build 2 houses side by side and put it on one well. I could save $8,000. The one well will more than supply the water needs for 2 homes. It'll supply it for 3 or 4. You are not allowed to do those things. Most of the septic systems that I install nowadays are so overbuilt. I'm very comfortable that in most cases they would supply 1.5 homes for each septic that we're building per house. So back to when you start talking about doing a 4-plex unit, for instance, and trying to put it on a septic, you got to have a half an acre of drain field to put this thing in under the new requirements. That much is not needed. I can dive into all kinds of details. I understand that stuff, but the gallons of water they say that we create in a household in today's thing, it's 1.5 to 2 times the amount that's actually used, so it's nuts.
Yeah, a little bit on that too. You know, if we tried to build a larger unit with 26, 27 units, and not only do you have to have a significant size septic, but you also have to have 2 wells, and not just a normal house well, but you have to have a larger wells, and they have to be a backup well as well. So, yeah, a lot more cost goes into stuff like that, especially in rural areas. The costs just jump high because of some of the requirements that we're required to do.
And to elaborate on that, the codes that are being imposed on us, I do want to touch base on that, and I apologize, but the current electrical code that was proposed, it's now been postponed for 4 years. There's things in there that if we put a home together and we put a gas water heater in it, we're still required to wire for an electric one. Even though we cap it, we can't touch it, you don't need it, it's required. The minute we put a 1-stall garage on a home, we're required to put an EV unit charger in there. 2-stall garage for electric vehicle. A 2-stall garage is required to have 2. It don't matter if you have an electric car or not, it's required to be built in there. This new electrical code that's been postponed adds almost $10,000 to $12,000 per home per our Home Builders Association studies. We talk about affordability, our codes create that. I have no choice but to build that way. That's required. We have to stop doing these things to ourselves if we want affordable housing. 25% of every home, and this is an old statistic, I think it's higher right now, is all government agency requirements. Let that sink in, because 25% of a $300,000 home is $75,000. When I first heard that statistic, it's been 3-4 years ago, I threw it away. I couldn't believe it was that high. Then I went back and studied it because it was driving me nuts. I'm there. When I'm including development, we're spending it here in West Michigan. We're not talking about California. We're not talking about Detroit. We're talking about right here, Belding, Michigan, Greenville, Michigan, Rockford, whatever it is. We're spending that much money on a new home. Now, we can't eliminate all of it. We've got to have our checks and balances. But wouldn't that be amazing if we could just eliminate half of it? All of our homes would go down 10% in cost.
Policy advocacy.
Can I say something on that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, actually, Jacob, you could probably speak to this too, is, you know, recently we ran into a restriction in Greenville that requires the entire driveway and parking area to be a hard surface, which is either concrete or pavement. I mean, that can add a significant cost to a new home or apartments when you're building new. So, yeah, it makes a big difference.
Terry mentioned density is one of the ways to solve housing, and that's something that we've talked about. If we could update or maybe change some of the zoning laws in the area to accommodate, you know, a secondary housing structure on somebody's lot in the country, like you mentioned, but also in the city. You know, people have unused garages, or a lot of houses around here have old carriage houses that could be utilized and turned into some form of housing, maybe an efficiency apartment, a 1-bedroom. Maybe they have a pole barn in the back, you know, or a spare room above their garage. Allowing for some flexibility in some of the zoning certainly would help accommodate these. And also, it's going to help make it more affordable for the homeowner to own that home and that property, because now they have somebody helping pay their mortgage every month, pay their taxes. So it's kind of a win-win we could do some more of that.
Well, that ties right in with the double ups. All of us know people that are doubled up. Whether they're living in a basement, many times it's a basement that doesn't qualify. It doesn't even have a safe exit in or out for fire department safety for the individual. I refer to these apartments or whatever type of building as the Fonzie apartment, and I'm telling my age, but happy days, we used to see Fonzie lived upstairs in the garage and it was all cool. It's not legally allowed to do that in almost all of our municipalities and so on. There is a movement from Seattle, Washington, that has done this, and they've shown it to work really well, and it does provide for more affordable housing and methods. And that's a pretty simple fix if we get after it.
What kind of developments do you have in the works right now as we look at adding some dwellings? What do you have going currently?
Right now, I mean, we're constantly looking for opportunities to add more housing, but at this time, we don't have anything set in stone. We're still working with a couple people, potentially add some apartments in Greenville, but we're not close to getting there yet.
How can you get there? Like, what's your roadblock? What's preventing you from being able to?
Well, like I said before, our biggest roadblock is finding the right property.
Okay.
The one project that we're in the early stages of potentially getting to would be a partnership deal with one of the people that owns one of the lots that's allowed for multifamily. Like I said before, we've tried to buy lots several times and to build, 10, 12 unit, maybe 20 units, apartments, so we can help with the housing there. And it's just, we can't find it.
Okay.
Yeah.
On top of that, and I think everybody's, well aware of where the interest rates are at right now, that coupled with the big increase in labor costs, material costs, and all these things have certainly been a hindrance, in putting together a project that makes sense and that's going to pay for itself, and on top of that, we've got property taxes that are, higher than ever due to a lot of the increased values of properties. So it's just made it a challenge, to get these. But we're continuing to look and run numbers, constantly trying to make deals work so that we can provide more housing for the area.
I have a question. When you guys find a deal, zoning aside, what is more difficult, cost constraining, infrastructure or building the vertical? Like building the building or building infrastructure, getting site utilities, and what's harder to find financing for? I know John and I have talked about this a few times, so it kind of set you up, but.
For me in the single family, it's infrastructure all day long. We talked about consumers' energy, and thank you, but the cost it costs me to just bring an electric line into a development is crazy. And I'm picking on you. I don't mean, I know someone said you were here, thank you, but it isn't just electricity. The cost of the steel pipe for sewer lines and water lines is through the roof. And availability. Some of the water lines that we do, we were over a year notice to get the stuff. We had to order it a year in advance to have it. Many times the project isn't even approved, and we're ordering water pipe, hoping it goes through, because if we don't, we're going to be sitting on our hands waiting for the pipe to show up to install it. Roads, requirements, those kind of things. You talked about solid surface. Today's world of building roads and what they're requiring for underneath the road, the gravel types and so on, many times we can't even use traditional road gravel. We have to import limestone, blend it to make the grade that's being required. Doesn't sound like much, but you know what? I don't know of any limestone anywhere near here. About the closest place is the UP. And it has to come by barge through down to the Muskegon and shipped over here and blended with our gravel to make it make specs. We don't need some of these things.
Yeah, I would agree that infrastructure is definitely, one of the biggest costs, getting the site utilities in. And, Eagle, there's certain requirements, that we've ran into. Not only that, but the plans to, draw up for a project, to take it out to builders, to get costs on things. There's a significant amount of cost in just getting the plans drawn up to even start looking at this project, see if it's feasible to present that to the city or township. You know, and there was an instance in Greenville specifically, an acquaintance of ours was looking to build a house on a lot. There was water across the street, but to get that water across the street to build his house, it was gonna cost him $150,000 in
Just
order to
across
get,
the street?
to get it across the street. It was a little bit longer lot, you know, so we had to go a little bit further back, but just to get that water line over there, it was $150,000. And he ran into an issue where the municipality wouldn't allow him to drill a well to save that cost because the water was so close. So it was kind of a catch-22 there. He ended up walking away from the property, and it's still sitting vacant now. But it's just kind of an idea of you know, some of the hurdles regarding infrastructure.
Thank you.
That's
So-
very real. I see a lot of head shaking. That's extremely real. And I'll give John kudos. He met us on a site. We tried to work through the one. But you start crossing State Street here, it's huge, let alone the fact you can't even get the permits to shut the road down to do it. And who wants it shut down? You know, so I get both sides of the equation, and once we have that infrastructure there, we want to use it. But sometimes I'll challenge the municipalities. They build water and sewer lines, and they're not adding laterals or creating ways. Lateral is the line off from the main one that we hook on the house to. Those need to be put in when that sewer line is upgraded, when it's done then. And it becomes what they call an assessment on that lot that is paid at the time, but it's way cheaper. The challenge is for the municipality is how do they come up with that extra $100,000, $200,000 when they're doing it to put all these laterals in?
And does that type of stuff go into the master plan?
It can be under the master plan, but it's just pure economics, which is some of what what these gentlemen are talking about too. You know, when you're already over budget and you're required to do something for Eagle, and I'm talking from a municipality standpoint, how do you justify going to your constituents and say, we need another $300,000 because we want to put these laterals in because we want to plan ahead so we can build these lots and not have the developer look at them and go, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. It doesn't work. There isn't necessarily an easy fix to any of these things, folks. But back to speaking up, showing up, voicing our opinions. Eagle is out of control in this state. You cannot begin to believe the things that they do and require, and the people that are in the power there are there just to stop stuff. I've had literally agents on my site and say, I joined in this organization to work here, and all you guys do is develop property. And I'm like, yeah, that's what we do. But she was mad because we had applied for our permit. We'd waited 6 months, and I started on the part of the project that didn't require a permit, but she was mad that we'd started on that project because she hadn't been there. She was 6 months late, and I was still the bad guy.
Thank you. Well, we could go on and on and on. I'm going to ask you one last question, and then we'll head to lunch. Excuse me. As you think about housing, and it's in your mind all the time, if there was just one thing that could help with housing, what is it for you?
You as a community have to embrace change and homes. You want homes, you have to show up and tell your governing bodies and people that you want them. The people that vote already have a house. They don't need another one. The people that are suffering and need a home, they may not even be registered to vote in that community, but they can't get there. As was said earlier, you know a nephew, a niece, our own kids. If you think they're going to have housing, especially you young people, are you still up there? Looks like the class
They
had
just
to leave.
left. They literally just left.
But they got to start getting active. The renting trend is going to get worse. You will not be able to buy a home in this state if it keeps going. You can't make enough money fast enough to overcome the costs and things that we're incurring in the building industry. And I'm not going to do it for free. Sorry. I'm a for-profit business, and I got to make something or I don't exist.
Thank you.
To kind of piggyback off that, ultimately flexibility from everyone is what's going to help to get housing built. Flexibility from local municipalities, from zoning requirements from the state, from residents that live nearby, some of these developments that are trying to get built. Just try to be understanding and look at things from, somebody else's viewpoint. Try to work together, like John was saying, and, everybody wants a place to stay. Obviously, nobody wants to be out on the street, so if we could just kind of all try to look at it from each other's perspectives, and, I think we can kind of all help to solve this problem together.
Yeah, I agree there with Jacob and John there. Working together as a community to help add additional housing is going to make a big difference. And just allowing some of these other projects and maybe pushing back on some of these regulations that townships and Eagle are requiring from a lot of the developers and builders that make the housing costs so much more. Because the lower we can build them for, obviously the less we have to charge just to break even.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you all coming up and sharing all this information. When we come back from lunch, we're going to migrate into our city managers talking. So we'll get a perspective from our municipalities, which I think will be interesting. Lunch today is prime rib sandwiches, chicken sandwiches. There are some people that have gluten allergies. Make sure you don't grab the gluten if you did not tell us that you have a gluten allergy, because we only have so many of those. But we purposely planned for a long lunch a normal lunch, but for a conference, a pretty long lunch, because the networking is really what is important. So as I challenged you this morning, talk to the people around you, find out what's going on. We will come back in here at, let me see. If we could come back in at 12:35, I'm going to knock it down just a little. But if we could start our third panel at 12:35, that would be fabulous. Thank you. All right, so with me, we're switching gears now, and we're going to take a deeper dive at local housing initiatives. And with us, we have city managers. We have Precia Garland from Ionia. We have John Stopples from Belding, and we have Mike Falcon from Howard City. And so thank you so much for joining us today. I think this conversation would not be the same if your voice was not here, because there's a lot that goes on. It's easy for us to say, the municipalities are causing this problem, zoning's causing this problem, and we know that that's not always the case. So I really want to dive into some of the questions that our panelists submitted, which were really good questions, so again, thank you. But I want to start by, let's really talk about and highlight some of the great things that are happening in our communities, because we know in every community there are great things happening. And whether it is housing specific or just a great win for the community, it impacts our local economy. Whether it is the cog that helps us with municipality or with infrastructure upgrades, or it is a cog turning that is bringing in housing development, it all makes us a better place to live, to stay, and to recreate. So can you share with us, we'll just go down the line. Mike, we'll start with you first.
With me? Oh.
With you.
Hi, wow, this is on. She said hold it near my mouth. So anyways, thank you for being and letting me be here.
Yeah, for sure.
We have a lot of great things going on in Howard City. And one of the things that applies here is when I took over, about 7 years ago, we were about 1,600 in population. As we stand today, we're about 22. We are building, and as soon as we build units, they're full. We're running out of room. If no one knows, if you don't know where Howard City is, it's between Grand Rapids and Big Rapids. And we're getting squoze. Sand Lake has a huge development going on right now. Cedar Springs has several different big housing unit development, and they can't keep up. And as we go further, we have to look at that, and we have to look at how we're going to spread our wings, if you will, and work with the local township to satisfy them needs. A lot of other good things. The White Pine Trail's finally done, all the way through. It's going to be a 92-mile trail. Goes right through the heart of Howard City, starts in North Kent, and goes all the way up to Cadillac. So if you are a biker, bike past, or don't bike past Howard City, stop and enjoy like the Foragers Restaurant. Other good things that are going on, we just had our Christmas celebration. We had a parade. And one of the things I'm starting to see in Howard City, and it's taken a little while, is we're getting the community working together to do things. That's huge. Anyways, that's enough of my time. So,
John, how about you? What's some good things happening here in
First,
town?
I want to acknowledge that Prisha must watch Yellowstone, because I was not supposed to be part of the panel, and as I was leaving to go take care of some things at lunch back in my office, she lassoed me in the hallway quite effectively and had me, so here I am, but thanks. There's a lot of good things happening in communities all over Michigan. Belding is really no exception. We're currently building a $45 million wastewater plant. I know that sounds like a lot for a town of basically 5,000 or 6,000 people, but it's what Eagle requested and more or less demanded. And I don't think that's impractical. I don't think it's wrong of them. It's what we have to make things work. And obviously, we're not going to be able to attract development to our town unless we have a wastewater plant that can not only handle the daily residential use and what business we have, but if we have any hopes of bringing in a large business, we have to have the capacity for that. We also have been making some improvements to our water department. As you know, what happened in Flint is affecting everybody. We have about 1,000 homes that have lead lines, and the interesting thing about it is not all lead lines leach and cause lead in the water. In fact, I think we've only had one sample in recent history that showed lead in our community, and it was well below the EPA limit. So while they're there and they're not causing a problem, we still have to replace them. So we've got about 1,000. We got a sizable grant to cover the majority of that. So we've been applying for grants, trying to cover the infrastructure, but obviously the supply chain issues. Our plant was supposed to cost $37 million for a new wastewater mechanical plant, and it came in at 45. And so I'm now $9 million short. Everybody's looking at me to find $9 million. I'm not sure where I'm going to do that, but there isn't a single politician who hasn't heard from me and is maybe tired of hearing from me. But beyond that, good things in Belding. We cooperate very well with our Chamber of Commerce. In fact, this week there will be 2 Christmas events. One that's sponsored by the city, downtown next to City Hall, and another one sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce, which will be the following day, Saturday, here at the high school. So a lot of good things happening. We've got a really cooperative community. Most of the people understand the things the challenges that we face, and they're helpful. We still have the detractors, but there isn't a town around that doesn't. So it's a constant PR kind of a battle, but so far it's working out well. So thank you.
Well, hello, everybody. Lots of great things going on in Ionia, and as a city, like my fellow city managers, we work for cities that have been around a while, and so in fact, Ionia was first settled in the 1830s. We incorporated as a city in 1873, and this year we just celebrated our sesquicentennial, which means our 150th anniversary. About 4 years ago, we became an RRC community, Redevelopment Ready Certified, which is really important to older communities such as Ionia because we're largely built out, meaning most of the property within the city limits is developed. And so we have to be innovative and look for new opportunities in terms of how will we redevelop, increase our housing that's available for residents that are desperately looking. And in fact, we did a specific residential target market analysis 2 years ago, and through that we discovered that on an annual basis we've got between 20 and 45 new households that are searching to purchase housing in Ionia, and between 180 and 235 new renters. That's an incredible demand for a community that's largely built out. So what we're doing is looking at ways, how can we reinvent ourselves, and primarily the way we look to do that is increasing density. So we've heard some conversation already about master planning and zoning and things like that. We're just about to kick off rewrite of our master plan. So that'll be a comprehensive undertaking, and we're going to be looking at all of our areas in town and how can we continue to grow when we're largely built out. So we'll be looking at our residential zoning, for example. That's one thing that we're looking to largely overhaul so that we can make things easier for people in terms of utilizing the property that they have in the city and perhaps increasing density. Another really exciting thing that we have, while we are largely built out, we were able to recently, in partnership with the state of Michigan, reclaim 164 acres in the city that used to be home to 2 correctional facilities. I'm referring to the Deerfield Riverside site. So right now, we're in the process of, it's almost nearly clear, so about $7 million in demolition has been undertaken at this point. And we're looking to redevelop that property. And roughly speaking, we're looking to convert about half of that to residential and half of that to a new high-tech industrial park. And I took great heart in a statistic that Tim Mraz cited this morning when he said that in the state of Michigan, there's only 1.4% vacancy in industrial property currently. So things that are zoned industry and ready to go. So this site just really is very exciting. It opens up all kinds of opportunities to the city. The infrastructure is already there because it used to serve 2 prisons. We just need to build it out to serve the new development. So some really exciting things that we're working on for the future of Ionia. And you know, our location is perfect, being midpoint sort of between Grand Rapids and Lansing. So we're very excited about what the future holds for us.
Can you share with everybody how long it's taken to get to that point? I mean, really, that's something we have to look at, right? If we want to plant our seedlings today for us to have housings tomorrow, how long have you been working on this?
Well, I've only been with the city now for almost 3 years, but Deerfield was available, if you will, for redevelopment for a number of years. And Riverside only was added into the mix within the last 2 years because it was also vacant and contiguous. And so we asked the question, why not? You know, you got plans for that? We can do some cool stuff with that. And so, you know, sometimes it doesn't hurt to just ask.
Right.
That's something that I found in my career. Don't be afraid to ask, even if you think it's crazy. You never know. Sometimes people say yes.
I know they do. And then you're like, oh, no. For sure. But I think that raises a point that we don't realize necessarily is that, you know, when you first came on board as a city manager, I remember hearing you talk about that'd be nice if we could, you know. And now the opportunity is there, but that's really forward thinking about where we're at today and where we want to go in the future. So that's exciting. So from all of your perspectives, all of you are in regions that are very much growing, very much seeing population growth. What can we do from your perspective to really bring in more, as John said, attainable housing, housing that is affordable for the folks in our community? Not necessarily, you know, we can build for those that you build it, they will come. But how do we house our current people? Any ideas?
I guess I can start with that. I'm in a region that, since I've been there, and granted, we're a small community, and though we're growing, we're still very small.
Right.
And we are rural. And a lot of the infrastructure is not even in place for some of these ideas, if you will, that we have. We have identified some lands. One of the very first things that I've been trying to do, and I think I've succeeded, is making partnerships with the Reynolds Township, with Pearson Township, even Sand Lake, Winfield Township. We have some of the things that they could use to grow, but we need them because they got the land. So together as a partnership, we've been able to do a lot of good things. With that said, one of the things I've done is I've identified properties that have been set aside, if you will, blighted, not used, and I've really went after those to get developers in, because they do have infrastructure available, to start growing those. Last year alone, we put up 8 housing units. All of them were sold. We are expected to put up another 15. And that was all in land that has been in a trust and has been blighted for many, many, many years. So we're working with the community identifying those properties. I work with the Housing Commission on a regular basis. We now have about 44 units for low-income individuals. And that's not just in one area. We try to scatter them out throughout the village because they are residents. And it helps them and it helps our neighbors too. Having that diversity within Howard City. But it's difficult. We don't have, I wish I had $45 million for, and we all have the same problems when it comes to water and wastewater. When you think of a 10-foot of pipe in the ground, I may have 1 or 2 residents who are paying for that pipe as capital improvement, whereas in a larger area, you might have 100 people paying for that. So the return on investment for us is really difficult. So when Eagle comes down and says, hey, you need to put $6 million into something, it's like, ouch, how do we get it? And we're fighting tooth and nail. I just put in for a grant through the state. They had $750 million to do some things at our lagoon system, and we were turned down. And we met all the specifications. We're a small community. We don't make, let's be fair and honest. We don't have the voters. And it becomes very difficult, even through our state legislators. And I have them on speed dial. They know me very well. I guess my point is you got to work together to make these communities more sufficient for units, from our ordinances, from our people who work in our positions, to those that we partner with.
Thank you.
Marketing.
Marketing, interesting.
Marketing.
Expand.
A lot of people don't equate marketing with government, but we have to admit that cities, villages, and townships are essentially businesses. They have a CEO, they've got a board of directors, and they've got a president, and then department directors, no different than any other business. And the only way that business is going to grow is to market and advertise themselves. Ryan Wilson and I recently came upon the fact that we were both working on a concept, and that was to have opportunity zones in some sort of flyer, some sort of brochure, so that real estate developers and commercial developers in the Grand Rapids or the greater Grand Rapids area know that we're here and what's available, how many acres of unimproved industrial, how much vacant industrial we have, what our water is, how much water we have, how much sewage capacity we have. Those are things that developers look for, and they're going to start where they're at and look outward. But if we can get the idea that, hey, here's a brochure, and it's well done, and it's colorful, and it shows what we can do, including schools. What kind of school system do we offer? Because obviously when you bring business, you're going to bring residents, and the residents are going to bring their families. So they're going to want to have their kids in good schools. They're going to have areas where they can shop, where they can recreate. We'll promote our parks. We have a great park system in Belding. I encourage you as you're leaving today to drive around town and see. We're an older town. We do have some blight like anybody else, but we've got concerned people working on things, and I think that first impressions are very, very important. We redid a major thoroughfare this past year. We're going to finish it off next. We're now doing Bridge Street, which is the main street through town, and another road that goes out to a park that's widely used. So the idea is making a first impression, not only getting them here, but when they get here, we're as pretty as the brochure. And that's going to be a challenge. Because we do have a lot of things that need to be fixed. But I guess marketing and advertising a city, a village, or a township is critical. No different it is for the county or the state. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything you want to add, Prisha?
Vision and opportunity come to mind for me. I mentioned that we're about to embark on rewriting our master plan. So we're going to take a comprehensive look at our community and what opportunities we have for being, a great steward of this limited space that we do have. So again, because we're an RRC community, we're fortunate to receive a grant of over $38,000 to help us with that planning effort. So it's going to be very robust in terms of including citizen participation. We're looking at, like I said, our zoning code and how can we align it better with our master plan to permit higher density, more use within our residential neighborhoods. So like the granny flat came up in conversation previously, also known as an accessory dwelling unit. So looking at ways to make that a use by right, for example, in our neighborhoods so that people can, house literally the mother-in-law aging in place on their existing property. It creates more opportunity for us. So those are some of the things, I guess, that we're looking at in terms of just value what you have. And from the opportunity perspective, we've had two different people recently sort of discover Ionia. They're not from the area at all, and looked at our downtown, for example, and one of the new investors that we have who purchased a building downtown, he told me, Sapricia, do you know you've got more commercial space on your main street than does Grand Rapids on Division from 28th to, I forget what the other interceptor was, and I'm like, you're kidding me. So there's incredible opportunity in Ionia. Our downtown's on the National Register of Historic Places. We've got second and third floor space that's just ready to be unlocked and redeveloped for additional use. Those are the kinds of things that I think that we're looking at to, again, try to create more housing opportunities from top to bottom, because we know that we need all of it.
We do. At our last conference last year, for those of you that were not there, one of the things that the Right Place had shared with us at the time was that because most of us are within a 35 to 40-minute radius of the airport, it makes us prime for growth because the businesses that want to come in need to be within so far of an airport. So we do have the opportunity to look at where we want to be in the next couple of years. So you've talked about upgrading Ionia's master plan. I'm curious, for those of us that are in the audience that don't understand how the master plan process works, Mike and John, can you tell us how old your master plans are? Like, how often do you update a master plan?
Ours is old, very old. In fact, we also made the choice that we're going to start that process in January of '24. We expect it to take well over a year. There's a lot involved with it. The first order of business is to get community buy-in, so we'll do a survey. We recently upgraded our newsletter, and it's amazing when you add color and some zing to a newsletter, some little tidbits of information, people start reading it. They don't look at it as a pizza coupon in the mail. They start reading it. We start hearing from folks, and we've done 2 surveys, one regarding marijuana, other one around trash services, and got a great response. So we think that something like the master plan will get even a better response. And we really want to ask some very pointed questions to the folks as to what do they see for this community, what do they think our weaknesses are, what do we need to build, so that when we start bringing in new development, we don't have the NIMBYs saying that's not what we want. We'll know right up front what they want. And we're fortunate enough, we have a lot of vacant industrial property. I think Ryan has told me before that we have some of the best potential in town, and we have empty buildings. I know that doesn't sound like a good idea, but when you're looking to build a building, it's a lot cheaper to renovate an existing building, and we've got 2 or 3 good ones. So that's all going to be addressed in the master plan, and I can't imagine there's anybody in town that would say, no, you shouldn't redevelop that building, you should tear it down. We also have the infamous mall that was built during the 70s. I'm trying to think of what's the word? Urban renewal. Yeah, it was a terrible word way back when. A lot of cities, but it's still a nice mall. There's maybe 6 businesses in there out of 20, but just a year and a half ago, there were none. And the rumor around town, when I first got there, that it was absolutely destroyed on the inside, that there were broken windows, that there was graffiti, that, you know, there's nothing in there nice. And when the new owner came in and gave me a tour of it, I was oddly surprised. It looked like Armageddon, that this bomb went off and killed all the people, but none of this building was tattered. In fact, the garden areas that had been unattended for 10 years or more were still growing. And so basically that mall had turned into a terrarium. So there's actually some nice space in there if we could find some users for it. I know that the current landlord is offering some incentives for utilities as well as rent, and trying to make it more of an incubator. And hopefully people will come and stay, and it'll redevelop. But it's some great potential. Thanks.
Thank you.
You know, being here really solidifies, I thank you, because it makes me, where I'm at in Montcalm County, I don't get a lot of feedback. And with you two, it's showing us that we're doing the right things, which is really nice to me and to hear that. Our master plan is about a year old. What I did is, if I'm going to get a buy-in, it's not just in the village proper. I have township all around me. So we partnered with the township to do our master plan, because the future development is going to be in the township. Understanding that, I brought them dragging, screaming, fighting along, and we did complete that. And we hired a third party to come in, so I wasn't the person leading all the strategic planning for that. It came out good. I think it really did. When you're talking about downtown revitalization, when I first got on board, we had one business open and 2 nonprofits. Now I don't have a building available. They had semi-course units upstairs of these businesses where people could stay. They're all full now, and we need more. It's funny you say opportunity. In my position, I am everything and everything for Howard City. And it makes it fun, but it also makes it difficult because I'm only one person. I am the DPW director. I am the engineer. I am the CEO. I am the wastewater OIC sometimes, or the water. I didn't want to be all them things, but it comes with the territory, and if you love what you do, you learn as you go. I know more about water and wastewater than I ever dreamt. And believe me, it's interesting to know some of the things that go on. As for our master plan, what we're looking at is the future development areas and sitting Reynolds Township down with us and understanding what we're trying to succeed in makes it a lot easier for the whole area. So that's what we've been doing.
Okay, thank you. So is it challenging to get developers to come to your cities? Or do you have them coming, but you just don't have an opportunity for them?
Yes and no. Perfect example, you were talking about opportunity. It was about 4 years ago, individual gave me a call for a plastics plant that was in Howard City that basically went under, and it's been vacant for about 15 years. An individual owner came and said, hey, I'd like to look at this for tires. You think tires? What's in tires? Well, it wasn't open. And I got a hold of, and at the right place was Kathy Joe at the time, and the realtor. And I said, you're supposed to be here showing this facility. So I became the realtor for the day. And they said, well, it's not open. And I said, well, I could get in. I mean, it wasn't that hard. And I said, well, I got my own police force. I guess if alarm goes off, they'll come arrest me. I showed him the facility. There's bats flying around the whole 9 yards. He consolidated his whole business in 3 different counties to Howard City. And he bought another 30 acres in the industrial zone. That was huge. Now he employs about 45 people. Those are the opportunities that you knock on the doors. You said about the aesthetics of your area. In 2018, I was working with the county, Montcalm County. They had, it was a little park that's right on 131. As you get off 131, here's the park. It has a nice little, goes through Tamarack Creek. There's a little pond there. There's people who fish there. There's people who have weddings there, and so on and so forth. The county ran it. It was owned by the township. It was going under. It really looked bad. I went to the county and said, I will take care of it, because that's 3/4 of a mile from my downtown. When that looks bad, we look bad. The township sold it to us. They said, well, we don't want to do anything to do with it. So actually, we got a break in where we're at. We own that park now, and we take care of it. It's a nice, as they get off the highway, it's nice, and it gives the first impression. I hope I answered your question, but.
You did.
Okay.
Let's see. So I'm going down my list of questions. Some of the questions that, one question that came over and over again was about zoning. And I'm just going to ask it the way it's written. How can we get past zoning issues? Any idea?
You can have this one.
Well, you know, we have zoning to guide the development of property and to protect property owners' rights. So where one person's rights, you know, I always say one person's rights end is where another one's begin. So there's always, you know, a give and take there. What we're looking at when we've been looking at all of our zones and the corresponding codes in Ionia and trying to just make things easier. You know, for example, most communities, when you look at their residential code, you're going to see R1, R2, R3, RT, RM, RM1, you know, all of these different acronyms, and you're like, what the heck is all of this about? And each one prescribes something a little different spin as far as what is your density, what are your setbacks, how tall can you build, blah, 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 blah. When we look at our master plan, a lot of times our master plans are written in context in what they are helping you to decide is what's the future of your community going to look like and what's your future land use. And ours, for example, has low density residential, medium density residential, high density residential. So we said, you know, novel concept. Why don't our zones correspond to what our master plan says? So that's something that we're working on right now. Let's make this a lot less complicated so that people have more rights in terms of how to use their property. Zoning is always, you know, we heard before about the banana and the NIMBY situations, and unfortunately, we've seen that as well. You know, people tend to come unglued when you use that term, low income housing. Don't use that term ever, because that's not, you know, that's not what we're looking to do to serve our communities. I like to use the term workforce housing. I liked what one of our developers said earlier this morning about attainable housing. You know, and there are some new tools that have been introduced just recently legislatively by our state that will allow us to assist developers in closing the gap between what it costs to build and what people can afford to pay in rent. Essentially, we can capture property taxes that they paid on the increased value and through a development agreement rebate that to them over a period of time to help fill that gap. So there are some new tools that are coming through this whole process. You know, you mentioned the state housing plan and the regional areas and things like that. That's helpful, but these tools I think are even more helpful. I can vision all day long, but give me something to do it with.
Thank you.
I think that zoning laws, rules, if you will, are necessary because without it,
line, you have chaos. And you're gonna have development that you don't necessarily want. And but you have to make sure that you enforce it uniformly across all zoning districts, all over those rules. I've got an anecdote here you're not gonna believe. It is actually a true story. When I first got into the business, I was a zoning officer, and people would ask me, why do you have to have such strict zoning laws? And I say, well, without zoning laws, you could wake up one morning, there'd be a Burger King next to your house. And everybody'd laugh and say, that's impossible. Fast forward 15 years, I find myself the new city manager in Eaton Rapids. I go to town, the clerk gives me a tour, and here's a Burger King with a house on either side of it. And that is the truth. And when I investigated, it was because zoning had not been enforced uniformly. Somebody went in, got a permit, it slid through to the planning commission. There was some discussion about whether that was fair, but they thought we need the development, so up goes the Burger King. But today, there is still a Burger King in Eaton Rapids with a house on either side. Now, I'm not saying that's bad because people have gotten used to it, but you don't want to get yourself in that position. You don't want industrial bleeding over into your residential area. You don't want commercial bleeding into your residential or even your commercial or industrial areas. So it is a necessary evil. And you just have to have it, but you have to make sure it's enforced uniformly across all.
Not necessarily an evil, I would argue,
Yeah,
because
I'm
again,
sorry.
where one person's
I'm
right
talking
stop,
in the opinion of a
another
builder and
begins,
developer,
but
it's evil. I mean, developers here will tell you, sometimes those rules seem absolutely ridiculous, but they're there for a purpose, so, sorry.
Well, that's a good segue. They can be challenging, how about that? So if the zoning is challenging, and we know we need houses, and we know that there's some gaps that we have to fill, how do we look forward? I mean, one of the three of you have a master plan that's set. The rest are working on that process. So how do we look forward and try to provide housing now before that master plan, the new one's done? Like, what's that process of foreshadowing and forecasting into the future and still being able to bring homes to your people in your communities?
As a municipality, we're often not the developer, but
Right.
we're enabling development. And so, and to your earlier question, every 5 years, the Michigan Planning Enabling Act requires us to
Thank you.
revamp our master plan. So, and as we know, things don't stay the same. Things are always changing and evolving, and we have to keep up with that, hopefully maybe stay ahead of it a little bit. And so that's where the master plan lays the groundwork for what your zones are going to be. The two rely on each other, and so this is where we have to constantly evaluate where we're at and how can we do things better. And so, like I said, when we're an older community, we're built out, what kinds of things can we do to enable new development with what we have? We recently did a study where we looked at a particular residential zone, and we saw a number of non-conforming uses within that zone, meaning the zone was single family, but we had duplexes, we even had some triplexes, et cetera, and we took a look at that and said, you know what, if we were to rezone this area and allow that higher density, we're actually going to bring in more houses that are now non-conforming to be conforming. And we're creating opportunity for those that currently exist that are these larger structures, they can become duplexes. Okay, so we can help people that right now, there's one family that has to afford that property, and well, now we can, put 2 units there and create an income opportunity. So you can't ever be complacent and think, okay, we've reached nirvana, and status quo is good. You've constantly got to be reevaluating and reassessing and looking for ways to enable future growth and something that's going to support your community and its needs.
Thank you.
Again, site plan reviews and approvals sometimes take months, and it's not just the planning commission. It's not just the city council. Sometimes it's the zoning board of appeals who have to consider a variance for what somebody wants to do. And my goal is that as we're working on the master plan, we have a set of basic goals that we're trying to achieve.
And that in the future, when we start negotiating on-site plans, we can say, here's a list of the things. Well, they're not a rule now, or they're not a requirement now, but you, as a developer, you know that you have to have some level of cooperation with us. You might have to give in because what we've identified that you want isn't necessarily allowed, but would you be willing to do these things in your development to make it easier for us to approve and more in line with what's going to be the master plan in, you know, maybe less than a year. And so I think you need that buy-in, and when you're willing to work with a developer, I think they are typically willing to work with you. So,
Thank you.
I've worked with a lot of developers in the last few years. One of the things, they come into my office and they're, okay, what are the rules? And what my retort usually is, you know what, I have a stack of books this high saying what you can't do. Let's figure out within them rules what you can do. You know, I don't want to do something that's wrong, but at the same time, we have to understand if we're going to grow, our rules have to match what's going on. Now, one of the things I have done, and where I've been a little bit of a stickler, and I've gotten a lot of throwback on it, is we've had previous spot zoning, and that's really hurt us. Now, if you want to bring that Burger King over to me, I would love it. I've got a perfect spot for it. But anyways, and what we've tried to do, they've never had a code enforcer in Howard City other than the manager. I did that for the first 3 years. I finally got a code enforcer part-time. That's huge. And that's been, for the last 2-3 years, a lot of my phone going off the hook. Why am I doing, you know, we send them a friendly letter and they think we're ending their life. But I'm under the belief that where we have broken windows, more broken windows will happen. Where you fix that window, people start taking pride in what they have. And then you'll start seeing that whole neighborhood take pride. And it doesn't matter if they're living in a small one-bedroom unit or a huge house. Everyone starts taking pride, and things get moved, and things start looking better. As for the zoning, we do have a lot of archaic zoning laws that I found. They just don't apply anymore. People used to say, well, you can't do that. Well, why can't you? Why can't you? Why can't you have second-story housing on Main Street? That is, you want them there. It makes your downtown lively. I've been working with an individual, and unfortunately, he has a large tract of land, and that's going to be soon to find out. Unfortunately, he passed away, so I'm going to have to deal with the family. But he said, well, can we have housing units from entry-level housing all the way to $500,000? I said, absolutely. He goes, well, we can do that in the same thing. I said, absolutely. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. And, you know, that's my attitude as a manager, as a zoning administrator. If we can't do it because of the zoning rules, then we just simply can't do it. The other thing that I did is I insisted, my council gave me a lot of gruff for it, but now they're saying, well, that was a good idea. They never paid their planning commission. You know, and I want good people on my planning commission because they're reviewing what's going to be put there, and they've got to follow those rules.
What's the norm? Are they generally paid or not unpaid?
It depends on where you go, but we're a small municipality. It's almost unheard of. So I started paying them per meeting, and then requiring them to know what the heck they're talking about. I gave them the zoning and said, hey, look at this. This is what we're going to be talking about. Please look at it. And we have had a whole turnover. And then people that came out of the woodwork say, yeah, I want to do that. And we had some real professionals now on our planning committee. I've had to take it from basically nothing, and we're actually building a whole community, which is really nice. And it's nice to see. When I do leave, it will be a heck of a lot better place.
So I think it's important that we end this conversation with acknowledgement of where we were in the past and where we are now. I came to Belding in 2009, and when I came here, this is just a guesstimate, but I would dare say a good 70% of the homes were foreclosed, empty. You know, a lot happened before that time period with our major industries leaving Greenville and leaving Belding, and so we have made great strides. There's not empty homes anymore, right? So I think we have to acknowledge how far we have come in the last several years. I think that the rate in which Grand Rapids is growing is causing a new dynamic that's causing this mass influx of people. So back to the very beginning of today, I talked about our homeless encampments that we have. And John and Precia, this is specifically for you. And because you're both on major rivers that have great walking areas, but Precia, going from Ionia all the way to Lyons, there's encampments all along the Grand River. I'm curious to know, and again, mostly working people that live in them, I'm curious to know what the city is doing to address this situation. Is it something that you're talking about? Is it something that people are aware of?
Yeah, so that's a really challenging issue, of course.
For sure.
Homelessness is, and there was we're fortunate in Ionia that our faith-based community is very in tune with the needs of homeless and others that just, you know, they need a little extra in order to make things work. And so it's a conversation that we've been having. Municipalities in and of themselves typically are not equipped. That's not what we're about, you know, as far as providing services. But we, again, work hard to be a facilitator, and where we can remove barriers, things like that. That's where we are, you know, always willing to help. So one of the churches, for example, that we work with that does a lot for the less fortunate in our community, they're actually considering installing like a locker unit so that homeless people have a place to lock up their belongings, because that's an issue. You know, you don't have a place to stay, you don't have any place secure to keep your things. What an advantage it would be if you just did have some place that you could literally call your own, where you could know your belongings would be secure. So that's, you know, so we're evaluating that right now. Is this going to be a standalone structure? You know, how can we make this work within our zoning, et cetera? We're really, you know, trying to work with our churches to accommodate those kinds of needs. So it's just a little thing, you know, but at the end of the day, you know, when we're all working together, it adds up.
It does indeed. So John, my question for you is a little bit different, because Belding is unique in the fact that not only do we have a major river going through, but the city property literally is surrounded by state land. And we know that our DNR post is just right outside of city limits. And they will tell you that there's encampments all over our state land, all around Belding. And we know that they use that walking trail that goes from Belding to Greenville. And they use that trail to access more private places where they're not seen as much. But they're using those trails to come into town to seek services. So I'm curious, has that come up in any of your discussions? Is that something you're aware of?
We're aware of it. It's still fairly well hidden.
It is.
There's many more of that tents and things like going on that are actually reported to us. It's one of those areas, and it probably not everybody agree with me, but it's not an area where you should have a zero tolerance rule. You got to treat that with compassion, and much of that might go back to a situation I found myself in back in the 80s, because again, it's cyclical. Homelessness goes with the economy, and there was a time in the 80s where people were out of work, and they were struggling, and if they found a job, they still didn't, like you learned this morning, there's still no place for them to live. And it was reported to us that there was a tent in a wooded area in town, and the direction came from up above to get the tent out of there. And I really wasn't aware it was happening, but you know, the direction came. The tent showed up in the DPW building that night, And it was probably one of the saddest days of my career because inside this tent was makeup and toiletries and Wendy's uniforms. So somebody had a job. She was struggling to live on her own, living in a tent, and one fell swoop, somebody came through and took away her home, took away her uniform. So she had to go to work that day without a uniform, and who knows what happened. And again, it's like one of the saddest days in my career. It goes back 30-some years, but you have to have some compassion. And I know that there's a lot of feelings about immigration and all of that, but that's starting to affect us. We don't live near the border, but those folks who are in those situations are coming to small towns because there are places like state land. So
Well, and I
I'm not
think-
saying we should endorse it or
No.
ask the state to accommodate them by creating camps, but if they're not causing a problem, if it's not a sanitary issue, I don't know that you have to go through like stormtroopers and clean it all up. It makes no sense
I
to me.
think that's important to acknowledge because 14 of the state's 40 migrant camps are in Montgomery, Ionia County, and a lot of them are right around Belding. And so I think in Belding we see a unique situation where not only do we have a group of individuals who are here that are documented, and we have those that are undocumented that are coming in with a resistance to seek help because they don't trust all the help that's available. And so I do think that is something that we're starting to see more and more of in Belding. I appreciate your candor today. I think that our conversation on housing and homelessness, they go hand in hand, and a lot of times we only talk about homelessness or we only talk about housing, but really somebody at lunch today said, why are you talking about this? And the real reason is, and what I told them was, it's 2024. And it is mind-boggling to me that in the United States, in Michigan, that today we have so many people that cannot figure out how to get food for dinner and cannot figure out how to get a house, not necessarily a house, but a warm, safe place that they can go to sleep in at night. So I appreciate you coming and having these conversations with us. I know some of my questions are pointed, and I don't mean to point towards the city by any means. I think you're a solution for many of us, and the work that you're doing will help to make this whole situation a better situation. So thank you for coming and being on our panel today. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break does anyone have questions for them? All right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and get set up with our next panel. And then if you have questions, we got a little bit of time at the end. Thank you. Okay, so now our fourth panel of the day. So we're going to talk about building rural. We're going to talk about some strategies and funding available that can help our rural housing area. So with us, I have Sarah Raniero. Did I pronounce it right? Yes. Thank you. Sarah Raniero from MEDC. I have Joseph Ribbett from the Michigan State Land Bank. I have Tim Clant from MISTA, and Sarah Lucas from Office of Rural Prosperity. Sorry, they had a name change. All right, so Tim, will you start us off?
I will.
I gave him the hard job of holding the microphone and the clicker all at the same time, and his paper, and a chair. Sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon. Again, Tim Clant, Director of Partnerships and Engagement with the Michigan State Housing Development Authority, or MISTA. I'm here to say a few words about the statewide housing plan, and it's been interesting to be here most of today and listening to those who spoke before me, because in almost every session, there's been a mention of the statewide housing plan. That warms my heart. It makes me, it validates for me that I'm not the only one out there speaking about it, and it also suggests to me the connectivity of the folks in this room and in this region with the statewide housing plan. So I hate, as I travel around the state, I feel like a doomsdayer because I just start off with, we are in the midst of a housing crisis, right? It's the reason for this convening, and most of you are working in this space, so that really comes as no surprise. But then usually a follow-up question I often get is, so what is the housing crisis? Like literally, what is it? And I would say because it affects everyone, And because it affects us each very differently, how you might respond to that question is very different than how someone else may respond to it. So we know in some communities, part of the housing crisis is the lack of housing quantity. There simply is not enough housing to go around. As a state, as an industry, we have not been building enough housing in recent years to keep up with the demand for it. And in fact, today, in Michigan, we are short about 190,000 units of housing. Now, yes, we are growing a little bit of a state, but depending on what statistic you point to, we are 49th out of 50 in terms of state population growth, right? So we're growing at a much slower rate. So a question I also often get is, if our state's growing so slowly, why do we need all of this new housing, right? Like, where are these people coming from? And two primary factors. One, 20 to 25 years ago, our average household size in Michigan was about 4.25 people. Today, it's about 2.25 people. So the size of our households are getting smaller. And many of them are overhoused, right? They're living in structures that are larger than what they want or need because we haven't been building smaller homes for them to move into. So even if our population didn't grow, the fact that the size of our households are getting smaller just means we need more rooftops to put them in. Also, about half of the vacant units in our state today are second homes or short-term rentals. Right, we have a lot of destination communities here, a lot of recreation-based communities, investors, whether they be individuals in this room or more for-profit or corporations, buying up housing, taking it out of the home buyer market, turning them into short-term rentals, or some families have the means to purchase a second home that they're going to use for a certain number of weeks or months out of the year, but that takes it out of circulation for someone to rent it year-round or to purchase it, right? So we take all of that, we combine that, then we add on the increased cost of construction and a shrinking and aging construction labor force, right? And it is I hate to say a perfect storm, more like an imperfect storm, right? So that's the housing quantity issue. We know in other communities, the housing crisis manifests as a lack of housing quality. You've heard a few people reference today that about half of the housing in our state is more than 50 years old. I love a good historic home, right? But many of the homes that are over 50 years old have deferred maintenance. They're not energy efficient, or maybe they lack the accessibility features that the current resident needs, right? So we need to invest in the preservation of that housing. But beyond the lack of housing quantity and the lack of housing quantity, it's the cost of housing, whether to buy it or to rent it, is increasingly out of reach for working families. And there was a statistic used earlier today, and I'm going to repeat it again because it's pretty stark. Half of the renters in our state are paying more than 30% of their income for housing. And when we look at that in rural communities and small towns, and you add the cost of transportation on top of housing, many of those households are now over 50% of their income just for housing and transportation alone. It's not sustainable, and it puts that house at high risk of housing instability. They lose a job, they miss a paycheck, they get sick, something happens, right? And then all of a sudden, they're out of their housing. And it's significantly more expensive and significantly more disruptive to get them back into housing. So, what are we doing about it? We have, so we take all of that doom and gloom, lack of housing quantity, and all of these imperfect storms. We layer on top of that these long-standing inequities that have existed in our communities, in our housing markets, that have created barriers to housing choice, whether because of your income or your race or your family size or a disability status. Let's be real, not everyone has equal access to housing of their choice in a community of their choice. And so we decided as a state, we needed a state housing plan. Okay? So starting in August of 2020, which was really at the height of the pandemic, probably not the best time to start a statewide planning effort, but we knew we couldn't wait. We spent about 2 years going around the state speaking to stakeholders, doing a lot of research to neighboring states, our sister states, engaged over 7,000 individuals in housing-related conversations. Fast forward to June of 2022, and we published Michigan's very first statewide housing plan. And that's a little bit of a head scratcher because we're an old state and you would think this is really our first statewide housing plan, but it really is. Now we've had housing strategies, we've had programmatic strategies, but to actually have a statewide housing plan that responds to the unique housing needs around the entire state is new. Okay? So behind me, you'll see that the plan has 8 priorities. Which I'm not going to read to you. It also has 37 goals and 134 strategies. There was reference to it earlier today. It is on our website if you really want to take a look at it. But some overarching themes or priorities within that plan. First, we want to support the convening and momentum of a housing ecosystem. And so what do we mean by that? All of you are in this room because you care something about housing, but one of you may be from a unit of government, someone else from philanthropy, someone else from public service, school district, health system. Doesn't matter, right? Because you all have something to do with housing. You are an ecosystem. So we are trying to support both the statewide and regional level housing ecosystems because the State Housing Authority cannot solve this challenge ourselves. So that's one of the goals in the plan. The second one is we seek, over the 5-year life of the plan, we seek to support the production or preservation of 75,000 units of housing. Now, I already mentioned we're 190,000 units short, so 75,000 is not going to solve the crisis, but it is going to go a long way. We're 18 months into the life of the plan, and I'm optimistic we're going to hit the 75,000, but we're not going to stop at 75,001. Okay? So we have the statewide housing plan. To help us implement it, we've divided the state into 15 regional housing partnerships. These regional housing partnerships came together as a regional housing ecosystem. Each selected their own lead agency. Today we're sitting in Region F. Region F decided we don't want one lead agency, we don't even want 2, we want 3. So you're one of the few regions in the state that has what we call tri-leads. Those tri-leads are working together to, one, develop the regional housing ecosystem, but they've also been charged with developing a regional action plan that articulates to us as a funder and as a policymaker, and to other funders and policymakers, what are the goals and priorities in Region F? Now, Region F is big. It's 13 counties, right? And it's diverse. It's urban and rural. It's lakefront and small town. Every region around the state is different. They all have their own economies, demographics, and housing needs and conditions. But that's the whole reason for the regional housing partnerships. We didn't want to sit in Lansing and say, this state needs more affordable rental housing for seniors. That may be true across, generally speaking, but that's more true in some regions than others. Again, some are more focused on production, some preservation, some home ownership, some rental. It really just depends. So these regional housing partnerships around the state submitted regional action plans in September, identified for us goals and priorities. And so going into 2024, MSHDA has specifically allocated $65 million just for next year alone, that we are going to allocate per region to support their local priorities. This is a regional, we refer to the distribution of the dollars as a regional investment strategy. So what we did not do was take $65 million and divide it by 15. We said we want a strategy that's equitable, transparent, and data-driven. Okay? Equally rarely means equitably. So we looked at the data and we looked at things like, where's their job growth? Where's their population growth? Where's their aging housing stock? Where's the cost of home ownership becoming increasingly unaffordable? So we did this all across the state, and for those of you here in Region F, you may be pleased to know that when we weighted all of that and we applied that percentage to $65 million, Region F will receive the largest regional housing target next year across the entire state. This region alone is poised to receive about $13 million to support your regional housing priorities. And that's not even the totality of our investments. In our last fiscal year, Michigan invested about $1 billion to support affordable housing in the state. That's through mortgages, grants, tax credits, I mean, you name it. We are in standby to support housing. So I'm excited about the regional housing partnerships because I feel like it really is a ground up. We're listening to what the regional housing ecosystems are saying, and not just are we listening, but we're responding with actual dollars to fund the priorities that you all have elevated in your plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, for taking the mantle of doomsayer from me. I feel like I often start with a lot of doom and gloom, so I'm glad that I didn't have to be the one to break that ice today. I'm Sarah Lucas. I'm the director of the Michigan Office of Rural Prosperity, which up until Friday was known as the Michigan Office of Rural Development. Terry mentioned we changed our name. We are now housed within the Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity, along with my colleagues here, rather than the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. So with that very long introduction out of the way, I'll tell you a little bit about the Office of Rural Prosperity and kind of where we're focusing our work and how we're engaging with communities. So I know I've talked with some of you here before, so you know the gist of the office, that we were created in 2022 by the governor's executive order to put a rural lens on policy discussions and program development that impact rural communities. And the reason for that, the reason we need sort of a rural voice or a rural lens in those conversations is because we know that while rural communities experience a lot of the same issue as more urban or metro communities, the solutions to those issues often look much different in rural areas. One reason being the geography and the populations are very different on the ground. So a lot of times you have a housing issue, for example, that's first and foremost on the minds of most of the communities that I work with. And we're really trying to address a really complex issue across a big geography with fewer people and fewer resources, essentially. So we're in rural communities really finding ourselves in a position where we're trying to do more with less a lot of times. And so how do we scale solutions in a way that makes sense for rural communities? That's one reason we really understood that this conversation needed to happen. And sort of with a rural lens, I should say. And another really big factor in all of this in terms of how we implement programs and how we distribute funding is the issue of capacity in rural areas. And I really appreciated hearing the city managers in the last panel talk about how they are everything in their communities. They have all the jobs. And that's really the case in most communities that I work in, where you're the code enforcement, you're the city manager, you're the DPW director, you're the wastewater treatment manager. You're everything all at once, and it leaves very little time for you to be proactive. A lot of times you're sort of responding to conditions in the moment and on the ground, rather than being able to plan for bigger projects or apply for grants, as one major example. And so we miss opportunities in rural communities that might exist. And that's been a real frustration in a lot of the communities that I work with, is that we see all of these new programs and new resources become available, and then we find in rural communities and small towns that we're not ready to apply because we don't have the projects conceptualized, we don't have the partners at the table, we don't have time to do the application because we're doing 6 other jobs, and so we miss the opportunity to access those dollars. And so a lot of the conversation in rural areas really comes down to capacity and planning. And if you've seen me before, you've probably heard me say this before, but having worked all over the state in rural communities, the one common denominator I see in successful communities is that they have invested in planning and collaboration. So they're working with their partners and they're thinking proactively and strategically about how to take advantage of the opportunities and the assets in their communities. I heard Prisha talk about how she views her community in the context of opportunities and is working together with different partners to take advantage of that. So that's really where all of this starts, and it's really discouraging, I think, to a lot of communities to understand that they have all of those opportunities in their community, but they don't have the resources to leverage those. And so that's where we're really doubling down as an office, is trying to help people understand what are the pieces that you need to make these things work. How can we help you build capacity? How can we work with other agencies to support some of those capacity building needs and offer technical assistance so that we can access the funding and the programs that will allow you to harness those opportunities. A couple ways we're doing this. One is we released the Rural Readiness Grant Program earlier this year, and we have $1.5 million total that we were able to launch as a pilot program where we're supporting capacity building and planning initiatives. So some of the projects that we're funding in round one are focused, a lot of them are focused on housing in partnership with MSHDA, some pre-development type activities, some capacity building type activities. We have projects that are bringing employers together around a specific project to develop workforce housing for the school system, as an example. So there's it covers the full gamut of issues in rural communities, from childcare to transportation to housing and economic development. But what we're really trying to do is meet communities where they are and respond to what they've identified as the big need and the big opportunity that will allow them to take the next step forward. So that's the Rural Readiness Grant Program. Again, we're kind of launching it as a pilot. We're wrapping up review of the round 2 applications, and we'll make an announcement later this month on those. And we're hopeful that we'll be able to continue that program in some form or another in partnership with other agencies at the state moving forward. The other big splash, I think, that we're going to be making is with a strategy that we're calling the Roadmap to Rural Prosperity. And that's a report that we'll be releasing early next year that synthesizes the feedback that we've gotten from rural communities, along with a lot of demographic and economic analysis that point towards bigger rural trends and bigger needs in rural communities across the state. So we're trying to elevate the level of understanding about what rural communities are experiencing and what they need, so that we can make sure that policy conversations and new programs really reflect those realities of rural communities. So that's one part of this roadmap to rural prosperity. The other is really to lay out some clear strategies that we can take as a state to support rural communities and to harness some of the opportunities that are out there. Because we know that, and I'll end on a positive note, we know that rural Michigan is really an asset for the state of Michigan. And I think, and this is something that I've become much more aware of the more I talk to different audiences. There's this narrative out there about rural communities as being struggling and that were kind of left behind and depressed and blighted, and all of these negative perceptions about rural communities and their futures. But what I see when I work with rural communities is a lot of really resourceful, innovative people who see real opportunity for their communities and their futures, and are trying to take advantage of that and make investments in their futures. And we know that things have started to shift a little bit in terms of national migration trends and new investment, and people are really taking a new look at rural communities. We've seen some population growth in some of our rural communities over the last couple of years, and we're seeing new life and new development in a lot of places across the state that have really have struggled over the last 10 years or so. And so I'm optimistic about what's happening out there, and just understand that with the right strategy and enough deliberate, proactive collaboration, we can really harness some of those opportunities and make those investments. So I'll stop there, and happy to answer any questions you might have, or offer more details on the grant program or on some of our other initiatives at the Office of Rural Prosperity. Thanks for having me today.
Will you actually keep that mic?
We each had our
Yeah.
own. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. Sarah Renero, Michigan Economic Development Corporation.
Can you adjust her mic? Thank you.
This work?
Sorry about that. You should be.
Can everyone hear me now? Okay, perfect, great, thank you. Again, Sarah Renero, Michigan Economic Development Corporation, Managing Director for the territory, working alongside Sam Ledecky on the business development side in Montcalm and Ionia, as well as Sue DeVries, who's our Community Development Manager for the territory. Those facets up until March of 22 were really segmented between business development efforts and community development efforts. And over the last year and a half, we've been working really hard to smush those teams together, a really technical term. And I want to just echo what Tim was saying with The Right Place this morning about, this multi-faceted approach between, place and talent and business. I mean, he was framing, there were different words there, but I feel like that's ultimately the three-legged stool. And as much as housing is not, everything that the MEDC is doing, I very much appreciate the partnership with MISHDA and the statewide housing plan. Housing is certainly a conversation on a lot of the deals and projects that we are part of, whether it's the business development side, where we have companies asking about talent and where are staff going to live, or if it's really on community development deals, and having this vibrancy that people want to really live, work, and play in, right? So I feel like that's been a huge focus for the department that I'm operating under at the MEDC, and I wanted to just talk and hit just a couple of wins that we've had, which again are not entirely housing related, but they are getting at that three-legged stool of place, business, and talent, and we're really looking at those as all working together to really advance the conversation. I feel like I've heard like bits and pieces of that throughout the day. Yes, so I'll just leave it at that. But recent couple of wins really under some of the federal money that MEDC was managing. So we had a public gathering space round, which was CDBG, which those dollars, while have been at MEDC the last 8 or 9 years, were transitioned over to MISHDA to really be dedicated to housing. But we've been really using them for a smaller rental rehab program as well as place activation. And so we were successful in Mirror in this last round in September. They were awarded for a sensory park, which is very exciting. And then last year we were investing in a dog park in Ionia. Again, I feel like you're probably wondering how is this connected to housing, right? But again, we're really viewing this as part of the rationale for where people want to be and live. And so investing in those places, we find often private investment follows. And that's something we want to capitalize on. On the private investment side, again, smaller potatoes project, a mixed-use building downtown Ionia, 2-3 stories, 3 residential units activated, ground floor, commercial activated. This had to be a passion project. This is Sarah's opinion. I did not work as closely as Sue DeVries did with the development team, but this was a negative return. They picked this building because they thought the building was beautiful and they wanted to be in Ionia, and they put almost $1 million alongside our money to activate this space in downtown Ionia. So I feel like incremental development, we're moving the needle here. On the business side, I want to just call some attention to an expansion in, I think it's Greater Belding, for Extruded Aluminum Corporation. Does that sound familiar? Okay, so we partnered in 21 to invest in some jobs there. I think that a lot of the business development conversation lately for us is how are we investing in good wage jobs, which again are tying back to how we're paying rent, right, every month. And so that's been a big conversation lately on the business development side of the house, really paying more on the investment than the number of jobs, and then really putting emphasis on what these companies are, what wages are being accommodated in these deals. So I would just close with, we feel like this is a multifaceted approach. Housing is just one piece of a lot of different things that we all collectively need to work together on to advance the conversation. And we at the MEDC want to be a partner with all of you, whether it's actually being a part of a deal with dollars and cents, or like Sarah was alluding to, some of the technical assistance tools around just foundational planning. You know, I feel like we want to be part of the solution around the table with you. So thank you for having me as well.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Rivet. I'm relatively new as the executive director of the Michigan State Land Bank Authority. Prior to that, I've had 30 years of local government. I was a township supervisor. I was a county drain commissioner. I was a state representative. So I had all kinds of experience in all facets of government, and I think understand your pain and understand your challenges. The state land bank, and most people say, what's a land bank, right? We were created 20 years ago, and we essentially were a repository of property nobody else wanted, foreclosed properties. That's essentially what the intent was. And of course, you hear about Detroit with 20, 30,000 unclaimed properties, or Flint. But we're the statewide entity. We oversee 52 local land banks, and then we have a significant portfolio of properties ourselves. So we do that. Take it property, try and turn it around, try and sell it. Obviously, housing is a focal point of our work. But we also have evolved into sort of a unique development tool. So, you know, there's just a couple of little quirks in the state land bank law. One, if a property's under land bank control or ownership, it qualifies for a tax increment financing, no matter what. Just automatically qualifies, right? You don't pay property tax on it. And we can act in a way that is sort of unique in that we don't necessarily have to follow all the rules all the other departments have to follow, right? We can enter into exclusive development agreements on a land bank parcel, right? We don't have to go through some DTMB process, kind of thing. So what we are is an extraordinarily nimble and flexible tool that can benefit development projects, in addition to, tearing down dilapidated houses all across the state of Michigan. We do have one other sort of interesting and exciting activity right now. The legislature's given us $150 million to address blight statewide. And we have been diligently working to try to get that money out and to do some positive things across the state. Part of the reason I'm not a politician anymore was I'm awfully direct, right? A little too forthright, probably. So the legislature allocated $500,000 to Ionia County for blight. The county chose not to take the money, okay? And we understand it goes back to Sarah's point, capacity, right? In some of our rural communities, there simply isn't the capacity that Genesee County or the city of Detroit has. But I bring it up because there's opportunity that potentially exists. Now, we've basically gone through the allocation of the $150 million. Our last grant window closes this week, but we know there's going to be probably $20 million left over. And so we expect ultimately to go back out and ask for more projects and more opportunities. There is an opportunity to take advantage of that, including rehabilitation, stabilization, all kinds of things you can do with that money. We're doing a significant project in Ionia We know the city of Belding has approached us to try and do some projects, so it's not like Ionia County isn't interested and active, but what I'm saying is there's potentially an opportunity. Montcalm County does not have a land bank. They're not one of our 52 partners. However, we are the land bank in Montcalm County, right? If you're not covered by a local, we cover you. And so we can do the same things that land banks across the state can do in that county, and we're happy to engage and do that. So we're just a newly developing tool for people to utilize to housing and any other development that communities of interest. And we look forward to being your partner. So, and I'm going to beg your indulgence. I had the wrong time listed, and I have to be back in Lansing. So I have to sneak out in just a few minutes, but these are the heavy hitters down here anyway, so if you got a real question, they'll be able to answer it.
Joseph, can I ask you one quick fast?
You may.
So what happens when, of course, in the rural communities, everybody wears multiple hats, our capacity is so limited. So let's say Montcalm County or Ionia County says, you know what, we do want to take advantage of that blight. Is there any capacity dollars in there that helps for the administrative overhead? Because that is the problem that I think all of us face is we can't add one more thing to our plate. We could add a person to the plate that could do it, but how do we fund that person? So is that available?
8% is available for, and it's not a significant amount, $40,000 for the $500,000 that we provide, but you can, the legislature's given us 8% administrative opportunity. But we recognize that's difficult in itself. And we realize, as a land bank, only been there, less than 6 months, that capacity to utilize our programs and our opportunities is limited, as Sarah mentioned. So we too are looking at a strategy to make sure we can assist smaller and rural communities take advantage of it. But yes, there's up to 8% can be used for administration. So I don't know if that's an incentive, but we also have we're a small but mighty team. There's only 9 of us, but we can deploy some of our folks to help. Appreciate Jim Tischler, I think Tischler's in her office probably every week, right? So we know we're happy to help where we can.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so there was a lot of questions, and you guys have nailed almost all of them, but I'm going to ask a couple. So, Tim, this might go to you. A repeated question is, we cannot compete with Grand Rapids. We just can't. They're steps ahead of us. They have the Housing Next program, which for those of you that don't know what that is a nonprofit that's dedicated towards figuring out this housing issue, right? They also have a team where they could, have grant writers. They know about the grants that are coming. They have the data available, so they're able to apply more quickly than, say, our communities can, just based on that capacity. So how do we compete against a Housing Next when we are their very next door neighbor, and what Grand Rapids can't house, they're coming to us. They can't go west, they're coming to us. So how do we compete? I know it's a hard question.
Well, it is, and I also don't want to suggest that the people who want to live in Ionia or Montcalm want to live in Grand Rapids or vice versa.
Of course,
right?
Of course.
So I think there is, I think one of the reasons for the regional housing partnerships in part is because we are funding these regional housing partnership leads to be very intentional about building this inclusive local housing ecosystem. And in Region F, right behind me, that includes Montcalm and Ionia and some of the smaller towns and rural communities in the Region F. And the onus is on, actually, Housing Next is one of the 3 lead agencies, right? So the onus is on them to make sure that Ionia and Montcalm are included in that. So it's not a Grand Rapids or a Montcalm or Ionia. It's all of them together. It's all of the communities in Region F, to the extent that the Montcalms and Ionias show up to those partnership conversations, and I know that you've been very much a part of that in representing these communities. Because we are looking at those MSHA, looking at those regional action plans to make our funding decisions based on the priorities and goals of that individual region. So that's one part of it. The second part of my response is we are actively working to increase some flexibility around some of the funding that we have to be able to support things like training, technical assistance, and capacity building. The vast majority of our dollars today go to housing production, and I would argue they probably should, right? We're not going to get out of a 190,000 unit housing deficit without funding more housing. But we also recognize that many of the communities in our state I don't even like to use the term lack of capacity. It's really lack of bandwidth, right? It's not that you don't have someone in your office who could figure this out with some help. It's just that that person has a dozen other things that they're working on. So we're working to make some of our dollars more flexible. The last thing part of my response is we are also, many years ago, anyone who's been working in the space and with MSHA for a while may remember MSHA had a field staff that was very similar to MEDC's field staff. That team disbanded when the Community Development Block Grant dollars went over to MEDC. Those dollars are back to us now. We've seen MEDC have great success by having individuals living and working in regions who know the stakeholders, who know the landscape, the politics, all of the things that really come into play. And so we are also looking at hopefully reconstituting a regional field staff as well, so that for those communities that don't have the bandwidth to write a grant application or speak to a developer, don't even know what questions to ask, that we could have a human resource available to that community to sit alongside you and have those conversations and help you figure some of this out.
Excellent, thank you.
Can I add on to that?
You sure can.
I just want to say
Joseph.
that, just to kind of add on to Tim's points, your question was, how do we compete with Housing Next? And my take on that is, you don't have to compete with them. You can work with them.
Right.
And it's one of those, like, if you can't beat them, join them kind of things. But it's beyond that. And we actually see a lot of success with communities who are working with larger organizations, maybe based in more metro areas, that are then scaled to provide services to rural communities. And I think the Right Place is a great example of that. And I know Housing Next has kind of adjusted their scope over the years. And I know Housing North and Northwest Michigan has found a way to kind of provide county-specific services within their 10-county region. So whenever I talk with rural communities, I really try to emphasize that we don't have to recreate the wheel with all these organizations. We can kind of take advantage of the infrastructure and the expertise that's been developed and find a way to connect or scale what's already there to what our specific needs are.
So being that this is a multifaceted issue, what would you all suggest a rural community do first? If you're looking at how do we, it's back to my COG theory, economic development is going to help our community. We have to have housing to keep people there. We have to have good schools. We have to have recreation. If we can turn those cogs, they all start to turn slowly, right? So do you have a suggestion or opinion on a first step that a community like ours could take? I know it's a big question.
Okay. So I'll say that having worked with a lot of communities at the local and regional level on this housing question in particular, a lot of times the conversation changes once you have a good understanding of what the needs are specifically, and not just what the needs are, but where they are and what the roles are of the different players in the community. And that's really key. When I first started working with local governments around housing issues, probably 15 or so years ago, there was still a lot of debate about whether local governments should even be talking about housing. They didn't really see it as their problem. And then once we were able to kind of show what the need was, the conversation started to shift. And when we were able to talk about what specific roles local governments had, we started to see a lot more buy-in and a lot more engagement. And I think that as intangible as it sounds, is really a key step. And so I think that what you're doing here today is a great way to get started. We really do need everyone to have the same level of understanding about what the needs are and who needs to contribute what. And I think the community needs to understand that too. And I heard one of the builders earlier in a panel say, on their wish list is community support and flexibility. And that happens with a lot of really continuous engagement and conversation because people really need to understand the depth and the scale of the solutions that are needed if they're going to support them.
So we've talked a lot, thank you. We've talked a lot about the lens of a municipality or a township or a county, but what about from the lens of an employer? We have current employers that want to expand, that are strapped right now for the workforce that they need. What is the role that the employers play in this housing question?
So again, most of my life at the MEDC has been on the community development side, so I'm going to just take a stab at this one.
All right.
And I think that historically we've seen businesses really lean into more social issues instead of just the bottom line. And I think that we're starting to see it doesn't really matter the size of the incentive package if we can't house people or find talent. And so I think that there's opportunities to get more people around the table to help provide solutions, whether that's the business community or even community foundations, to help rally and educate the needs, like Sarah was saying, so that we can help provide solutions. Because I think there are resources there, and I think some of the challenge is just making sure folks are aware of those. And so, yeah.
I've worked in and around affordable housing my entire career, and I will tell you that it's only within the last few years that I felt like employers are increasingly part of the discussion, right? I'll share with you, it's a little disheartening that I spent my entire career trying to create affordable housing solutions, and we're in a bigger crisis today than when I started, right? And that's hard sometimes. But one of the things that gives me hope is conversations like this and building that ecosystem and know that more and more people are starting to care about housing. And maybe it took because it's now affecting them directly as an individual or a family or an employer. And if that's what it takes, that's okay. But we have employers reaching out to us, maybe not as frequently as MEDC, but with a much greater level of frequency than we have before. And we want to engage them in that conversation because we do believe that they are part of the solution, but their expertise is not housing necessarily, right? So they're coming to the State Housing Authority, as they should, and they're asking for some guidance. One of the resources that we are working on right now is, for lack of a better term, it's an employer-assisted housing toolkit that we will push out to municipalities, to our friends at MEDC, to economic development associations around the state. This is, hey, if you have an employer who even asks a question about housing, here are some resources they can access at MSHDA, at MEDC, at other places around the state. Here are some models, both within Michigan and across the country, of how employers have assisted with housing. And it can be anything from an employer providing down payment assistance to new hires, all the way through. There are examples in Northwest Michigan where some employers actually built the housing themselves, right? Now, not everyone wants to do that, and that's an extreme reaction, but that's sort of where some employers are. So I think there's a lot of opportunity at those opposite ends of the spectrum to engage employers in this solution.
Yes, and we've had companies write letters of support for some of the community development deals that we have coming across the desk that add housing. Again, incremental, but I think that was just one more wake-up call to our leadership team in trying to strike a balance between some of the business development investment and community development investment that we're making as a state.
Real quickly, to Sarah's point about business contributions, I guess, to the community conversation, they have been some of the most effective advocates in these conversations at the local level that I've seen. And I worked with one community in particular where a group of employers showed up at a city council meeting and said, you have to do something. And now that community has really doubled down, and pretty much anything they can do around housing, they've done it because they were responding to that really urgent, I would say, demand from their employers. But having spent a lot of time in Northwest Lower Michigan, like Tim said, there are a lot of examples there of employers that have been dealing with this for many years because of the dependence on seasonal workforce and hospitality staff not being able to afford rent or home ownership in those higher priced seasonal destinations. And so we have examples of, they buy a house and they rent it to seasonal employees, all the way up to the grant award that I mentioned earlier, where we have multiple schools that are kind of throwing in on a school-owned property and working with a developer to build that out for workforce housing. There's everything in between. And I feel like if we talk just about the development end of things, it can scare people off. But there are like gateway opportunities for employers to engage too, and that advocacy is the first one.
Excellent, thank you. A lot of the questions that are a repeated question that we got was about schools. What do we do with schools? How can we turn schools into whatever it is next? Is that even, you mentioned one school, is that something that you're seeing coming to your offices of communities trying to repurpose buildings and use them in different ways than they were ever intended?
Yes. And I would just say that is, yes, it's very difficult. It's taken a lot of creativity, and the couple that have come across my desk, we have partnered with MISHDA on, and I think that, again, there are resources out there, and it's a matter of having a good plan. And so we want to be able to be confident in investing in a project, recognizing the locals are at the table and that they, like this aligns with the master plan goals, and the community is going to support it. The neighborhood in which it's going is going to support it. And so there's lots of conversations that need to happen before a deal like that would come together. And I would encourage all of you to be talking to each other and making those plans, because that gives the state, at least our investments and decision makers, more confidence in advancing those deals to be creative. And we've seen successes around the state in that regard. So
yeah,
it seems like a great repurpose.
For sure. We have two communities that I can think of right off the bat that have vacant schools that are ready to go. They're just like trying to find somebody to bring in. Like, here's a space, we could put some apartments in here.
Right.
But how do we do that? And how do we remediate the building that we have? Thank you. I'm going to ask just a couple more questions, and then we will go into questions from the audience. So, Tim, this is probably a you question. Get ready. So, if you can answer this. Income limits, Section 8 determination, and accountability factors. So, one of the things that we see in our community, and I say community meaning both counties, Mount Common and Ionia County, is that we often qualify for vouchers for a Section 8, but there's nobody that will accept them. So is there anything that just because we don't have as many landlords or all of our places are full, is that something that's being addressed at your level?
So that is a very real challenge. So Housing Choice Voucher, formerly known as Section 8, just for those of you who might not be familiar, a low to moderate income household waits usually for many years for one of these golden ticket vouchers. This voucher, that household will pay 30% of their income for rent, and then the voucher pays the difference between what the household can afford and the rent that's being charged, a reasonable rent that's being charged. And then this household goes out into a private market, and they try to find a landlord who will accept that voucher. Depending on what statistic you read and what community, sometimes there are up to half of vouchers that expire because that person who's waited years for it has a certain number of months to sign a lease, and he or she's out there looking after work, right, or on the weekends, or trying to find childcare so they can go out and, I mean, it's very complicated just to go from building to building or house to house to find out that that property owner or property manager does not accept a housing choice voucher. There was a bill introduced in the last session that would have, so we have, the Federal Fair Housing Act has 7 protected classes. The Michigan Elliott-Larsen Act has an additional 7 to 8 protected classes that say you cannot discriminate, which includes housing, on these, which is now like 14 or 15 different protections. Many of them you're probably familiar with. There was legislation introduced in the last session that would have added source of income as a statewide protected class. And what that would have done is said, if you are a landlord, you cannot say no to somebody who has, you cannot say no to an applicant simply because they have a voucher. Now, you could say no for the same reasons that you would say no to other people, poor credit, you know, whatever the case may be, but you can't say no simply because someone has a voucher, because that is fundamentally a source of income. That bill did not pass. Some communities in the state at the municipal level have added source of income as a protected class. So if I'm a voucher holder, I may have, a landlord in community A may tell me I don't take a voucher, but then if I go to community B, that landlord may have to accept my voucher. Of course, in a perfect world, I would love to see a source of income as a protected class at the federal level. And if I can't work at the federal level, then I want it to be at the Michigan state level because that's my focus, right? But absent of having it at the state level, municipalities can pass that at the local level, which would provide that additional protection for a voucher holder. You know, it's a patchwork system. It's less than ideal. I wish there was a more streamlined approach. And believe me, there are advocates who have not given up on making a source of income a protected class at the state level. So if and when that comes back up, if this is of real interest to you, I would track that legislation, and when it's reintroduced, I would start my advocacy efforts that others have mentioned.
Well, thank you for that. All right, so my last question for you is, how do community members, municipalities, anyone, developers, how do they find out about the funding that you have available?
So we try to get information out on varying platforms, right? We've got field team members that know all the details. We also do webinars. And then we have, and I would say the webinars are really, well, it's centric to, it's focused on both our traditional financing. So we have the Brownfield TIF tool similar to MISHDA and Eagle. And then we also have our grant loan program. I would say these are traditional tools, and there are webinars on our website that we can, and I'm happy to take business cards or share business cards to get you to the right resources on our website, because candidly, between us in the room here, I think our website is really hard to navigate, and I work at the agency. So I am happy to help get you to the right place on the website. And then we also have newsletters, varying newsletters that go out. I think that probably the most odd form of money that we've been most recently having is the revitalization and placemaking money, right? So it was ARPA money 2 years ago. Last year it was general fund, 50 million. We anticipate another round next year sometime, which is both targeting real estate deals as well as place projects. And so, you know, sizable opportunities there to advance deals. And I would say just simply, I don't want to be on a soapbox, but I feel like the more you guys can coordinate projects now and ready projects now and plan and talk to each other and make sure that everyone's buying in, the better positioned you're going to be when competitive dollars like that come up. But traditionally, our programming with TIF and CRP are just, I guess I wouldn't say traditionally. I would say TIF is there, CRP is general fund as well allocated, and so they're competitive dollars at the end of the day. Webinars and newsletters and field team members are the key.
So we don't have all the funding sources. First I should say, we don't have much funding to offer, but we do try to stay closely connected with our partner agencies so that if you do have questions about a specific project and where there might be funding opportunities, please feel free to reach out to our office and we'll try to redirect you to the best of our ability. And the other thing is we try to keep tabs on funding sources that we know will be important to the rural communities that we work with, and we sort of synthesize those in our monthly newsletter. So if you go to the Office of Rural Prosperity website, you can sign up for that newsletter, and it just kind of catalogs what's coming up.
And I'll end on increasingly we are using our regional housing partnership leads to communicate funding opportunities. So again, one more reason to be integrally involved in the Region F regional housing partnership. To be clear, those lead agencies are not the conduits for the dollars. We will still continue to accept applications for eligible projects and programs from anyone in that region. So you don't necessarily have to work through them, but you can be informed by them. And on the topic of dollars, today I've heard numerous references to the need for or desire for zoning reform, master plan updates, land use policies. So I'm giving you a preview commercial of a brand new resource that we're launching on Thursday. And this is a brand new grant program. It's called the Housing Readiness Incentive Program. It is specifically designed for cities, villages, and townships that want to revisit their zoning text, land use policies, or master plan updates in an effort to increase the ability to develop affordable housing. We're announcing that program on Thursday. We're opening applications January 16th, and we're taking applications on a first-come, first-served basis, grants of up to $50,000. So if you are a community or you're part of a community that has been talking about needing to do that work, this is a very real financial resource that will be available to you in the next 6 weeks to help pay for that work. Because we've talked a lot about needing development capacity, and I can't figure out this deal, and that's all very real. But if you're in a community whose zoning or land use is not friendly or conducive to housing development, then there's some of this pre-work that needs to be done before you can really talk about redeveloping a school.
Sure, thank you. All right, yeah, go ahead. This question time, John, go for it. You got to apply.
Okay. That's not how it works, but close. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, so what kind of questions do we have for them? Yes.
I have a question. I've been here the whole day. I've listened to something you said about mobile homes. I am very upset. Nobody's mentioned small houses. 500, not tiny homes are the ones sometimes on the wheels and stuff. I just built a small house. It cost me $40,000. I have 17 acres of property. $40,000. It's got a bathroom, a bed. It's got everything I need. It's nice. You're welcome to come out and see it. But if you're a single parent and you have 1 or 2 children, it would be very feasible to add a small bedroom onto that. They only need sleeping areas. The law in Michigan states 120 feet for housing. You don't even have to have an actual bedroom. But the point is $40,000 with a 30-year mortgage if you wish. At 10% interest is only going to be $321 a month. In comparison to a mobile home that is not as good quality, is not a stable home, that you are now rolling in. You can't even get a loan on mobile homes. On single-wide mobile homes, you cannot go to a bank and get a loan, okay? If you do happen to
If only you could have seen this room 3 days ago. There was a small house right there. Yeah, and I was hoping it was still going to be up for today, but I had to say that unfortunately a lot of that is from Eagle, right? The folks up here don't make those rules or those laws. Those are well beyond their grades of pay, right? So, but there's many communities around that are trying small homes, like Mount Pleasant's trying small homes. There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of community connectedness that's needed for some of them. I personally, as a soon-to-be completely empty nester, I would love a 1,200 or a 900 square foot house. I don't need a 2,600 square foot house. So I think there's a lot of conversations at the state level. I mean, if you guys have something to throw in here, there's a lot of want and need for those smaller homes.
Well, and the thing with those is, it's not at state level. It's at your township level, your size of your house.
Right.
Our township is 750. I am fighting that right now. I'm trying to get to a 500. My house is 512 square foot, has everything I need and want. But the point is it's now a house, which means my taxes just came out yesterday. I went from that single wide mobile home, paying $620 for my winter taxes. I now owe $1,500. So not only, and it is township, the township zoning. And that's what I'm saying. We need to approach our township zoning. We need to get these changed. But by the rules, in the state of Michigan, you only need 120 foot.
I hear everything you're saying. I agree with you that many of the challenges of having this type of home are rooted in local zoning, right, which are local decisions. We at the State Housing Authority have funded such projects in certain communities around the state where they're allowed. But, I started off some of my comments speaking about the housing crisis and how our average household size is getting smaller. And so many households right now I would argue, are overhoused. Not because they want to be, not because they want to be a single person in a 2,600 square foot home, but because there are no other housing options in the community. So, when we are in a housing crisis like we're in and we're 190,000 units short, to me it's like in all of the above, right? Like I want all the housing. I want all the housing options. And just because someone may think that a 500 square foot home is too small for them, that's okay because it works for you. And so I want to support that opportunity for you and the others who want it. So I appreciate the comment.
What other comments do we have out here? Yes.
How do we become involved with our regional, with Region F?
Yeah. So the question is, I've spoken about the regions. How do you become involved in the Region F Regional Housing Partnership? So tri-lead agencies are, for Region F, are Housing Next.
Right place.
Right, the Right Place, thank you, and the Urban League of West Michigan. If you are, is anyone from the Right Place still here?
Yes. Jacob's in the back.
I'm going to put Jacob on the spot, who just raised his hand, and I'm going to say, if you want to be involved in that regional housing partnership conversation, if you want a copy of the regional action plan that was submitted on behalf of Region F, because you want to see what was prioritized over the course of the summer, Jacob and his colleagues can get that for you.
We can send it out to everybody.
Thank you, Jacob.
Yes.
So, Tim, I want to go back to the housing choice voucher talk real quick. So what was that legislation first that you were talking about that was denied?
Yeah, so the question about the housing choice voucher source of, so it was, if you're gonna, I can't give you the bill number right now, but I can get it for you. But it was a bill that was introduced to make source of income a protected class. So, but I can get you a bill number if that's exactly what you're looking for. Okay.
And then you said that there's opportunities to pass it at the local level. What do we need to do to start that conversation?
Yeah, so what do you need to do to have that happen at a local level? I mean, I can put you in touch with some communities in the state that have done that. I think it's going to depend on how How important is that issue to your local level? Is it a county commission? Is it a city council? I don't know, but others have done that before, and you can certainly learn from your municipal peers around the state, and again, happy to make those connections for you if it's something you want to pursue in your own community.
I would just add that the Fair Housing Center of West Michigan has some templates and some examples of where that's been done at the local level.
Thank you for that, and I should have reminded that because we also fund their work.
And I think they serve this area.
They do, yeah.
Bobby.
That was a great timing for a question. I was actually going to build on that comment Tim, you made about source of income. There's a bill in the legislature now that was voted, approved through the Senate. It's Senate Bill 205, and it does the same thing that last year's bill. I should also mention that we had a legislator here earlier who voted no against that legislation. Should also mention that. And that there's a pretty active and healthy coalition to make sure it goes through the House. And figured I would say that just because I heard some people kind of commenting and remarking on that too. So if you're interested in learning more, great people up here.
Thank you for that.
Yes, in the back.
What we're suddenly starting to hear at 211 is that some landlords or property managers are denying tenants because they don't have 3 times the income amount of the rent, but they have a voucher that will pay.
I say preach, Jesse. That's probably one of our biggest calls at our office too.
So I wonder if they have any protections or if that bill passing would help them.
It's curious to me, I'm not going to say it doesn't exist because I believe you, but it's curious to me that if an applicant has a guaranteed payment for a good part of that rent, right, that the landlord would only require the tenant to have 3 times the income of their portion, right, which would make sense, right, as opposed to 3 times the amount of the rent. I haven't heard of that happening, but
So
again,
let me give you
it
some
may
perspective
happen.
of her 211 region. So she covers most of F and D. So a big, huge territory of the state.
Yeah. And I'm not familiar enough with the way the legislation reads, especially today, to know if this type of a situation would be protected, but I think it's worth taking a look, right? Yeah, but this is what we talk about. Like, we can work all day to create affordable housing opportunities, but if there are still barriers for individuals to access those opportunities, then our work is really for naught.
Yes, Jen?
I think this is for Sarah. You mentioned capacity building projects. Is that for, elaborate on that so I make sure I understand.
Sure. I'll give you a few examples. In the Western UP, there's a community that has been trying to activate a property for years. They don't have a nonprofit there that can act as a developer. Their local government wants to be involved, but they don't know where exactly to fit in, and they don't really have a lead developer for this really important property in the community. So the regional planning organization there is starting a community development corporation so they can act as a nonprofit developer and provide sort of a pass-through for grant funding and contract with developers to activate that particular property. We have another, it's an economic development organization. They are providing grant writing training for their local units of government. So they're doing very targeted workshops throughout their county to kind of lay out the grant writing process and make sure that the communities have their priorities lined up so that they know which grants they're going to apply for and when, and how to contract with a grant writer if they need to. So it's sort of building that, that ground level capacity. That's another example. We have another applicant who is simply hiring a grant writer to, again, work with communities within their county to identify priority projects and write grants for them. And the list goes on. It's very, it's varied. There's a lot of different kinds of capacity building initiatives. That's one thing that we're going to be trying to get a better handle on in terms of how we message that, how we communicate some of those examples that communities are building and experimenting with right now so that we can share them as best practices. But that's just a handful, and it really kind of depends on the specific goal of the community, but grant writing is always a big one.
For sure. Yes?
This is a question for Sarah Raniero, if I said that right. Regarding the revitalization and replacement program, we applied for that this year, the RAP 2.0.
Okay.
As it is now. And certainly it's a competitive grant program, obviously. We didn't receive it, but my question is, next year, is there plans to increase the amount that's going to be allocated for that? And is there going to be any effort to focus on rural communities? If I'm not mistaken, I don't believe Macomb or Ionia County received any of those funds for specific projects. Is there going to be any focus on helping allocate that to rural?
Yeah, I think there was in RAP 1.0, which we're trying not to say RAP 1.0 versus 2.0, which may be 3.0 next year, but I don't know how else to just, delineate them. So I think there's a lot to map out there, and I think that you should go at it again because the dollars, we had, in the first round anyway, I don't know the numbers offhand in the second round, but we had over $450 million trying to get a $100 million pot. And so it's, you're right, it's competitive. And I think that if you're, what I'm anticipating is that we're going to keep the same scope target. So if it could be a real estate deal, it could be placemaking, and there may be a component that's actually not competitive and more ad hoc rolling round. But there's a lot of decisions that still need to be made there. So, so we'll keep you posted.
Any other questions? Those are great questions, by the way. Well, I want to make sure that you guys are out of here by 3. So if you guys will just stay here and join our conversation, that'd be fabulous. United Way embarked on leading the conversation. We've led the conversation. We've wrote for a bazillion grants. We get denied for all those darn grants just because we're not competitive enough, or there's so many, applications that are coming in, and there's only so few dollars that can go back out. So I guess my question to you is, people ask us what's next, but I really need to ask you what's next. United Way is not a housing expert. We don't plan to be a housing expert. Our role is really to convene all of you, to bring you together so that we can figure out how to become more self-sufficient as a region, to try to seek grants. I know one of the great things for Sarah's grant that was the Rural Capacity Building Grant. It was super phenomenal when we wrote for that grant in the round 1. You only needed 3 letters of support, and we had every major employer in our counties supporting that. So from an employer standpoint, we know that housing is really super important. We know that we have to figure out a little bit different way of going about things than we have right now, but we do not have the capacity or the dollars to support building homes. And we don't have the capacity or dollars to, or bandwidth, as somebody said, to be able to bring on a grant writer. So what is it that you want to see? You can just shout it out if you have an idea.
I would say trying to reduce the stigma. I've heard a lot of great discussion today, a lot of great ideas, but every time we're talking about low-income housing, there's a label attached to it, whether it's workforce housing, affordable housing, attainable housing, and there's a stigma that goes along with that.
Great point, Krista.
You talk about, NIMBY or not in my backyard.
Yeah.
It's not that people that don't want $500,000, $600,000 houses in their backyard. They don't want the affordable, low-income apartments in their backyard. So it goes to stigma, I believe.
Thank you. What else?
You can look at our community right now. We have a whole new housing development going in, but that doesn't address the
Right. Right.
So acknowledgement at a local level that it's an issue.
I agree with you, Lauren.
How do we get NIMBYs in this room to educate them?
We had some.
In this audience, we might have some, but you know, a lot of folks in this audience are doing a lot of great work already, and some of this is really familiar. How do we reach this out to people that this would be a brand new topic to?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm not really sure. That's why we, if you've been with us through this journey, you'll have seen a progression of different types of speakers that are here, different kinds of meetings that we've been holding, different conversations, different stakeholder meetings. I don't know how to get individuals that have not already participated to get them here. If anyone has that secret sauce, please share it.
Can
Yes? Yeah, please, Sarah.
Can I just, this will sound cynical, but there will always be NIMBYs. And I think, but I think that you need to, the more community conversations you have about this and the more the media is engaged in these conversations, the better it is. But even in places where there is nonstop conversation about the need and the solutions are still NIMBYs. So I think that, one of the things that we've discussed and we've heard communities discuss is making sure that leadership and decision makers are really educated about the need and their role in some of these solutions, so that with or without NIMBYs we can we can move forward. So I understand that's not a solution, but I do think that the regular conversation does help, and you bring you pick up more supporters as you go along.
Thank you. Great perspective. John, I know you had a question or a statement.
Back to combating this NIMBYism and so on, we need to create our own pro-housing organization. And it's the opposite of NIMBYism, where in the NIMBY world, everybody shows up to say no. We need a group that's willing to commit. And it can be as few as 10 or 15 people that are committed to housing and follow some of these different neighborhoods or progressions or developments, and to show up at that meeting and say, we need affordable housing, we need Section 8 vouchers, we need those things, and to commit to attending those meetings.
I think that's a great place for us to end. I saw lots of houses. I saw lots of heads shaking with that. Of course, many of us in here are, the leaders that lead our organizations, and so even though we're shaking our heads, we have to find space to be able to make that happen, right? Right. Kim, I saw that you wanted to mention something.
Yeah, one thing that might help with, first I mentioned the stigma, we're talking about the NIMBYs. If we could find a way to educate people on how much every homeless person is costing the community. Because ultimately it's costing them in law enforcement encounters, in court encounters, and in ER visits. How much each and every one of those people being out on the streets or in their tents or wherever they're at, how much they're costing the taxpayer.
So I look to you as the expert.
To get them housed.
Right.
So then it's more like, why don't you just work with us, because this is your problem, even though you don't think it is.
Right. Maybe that's something that the COC can really look at and tackle.
Also, the Corporation for Supportive Housing has that at the statewide level.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, we are just breaking on 3 o'clock, and I don't want to keep you late. I appreciate you all coming. I want to...
Just like to thank the Daily News.
Oh, thank you.
We talked about NIMBY and those outside the room not knowing this information. With the Daily News here all day long, I'd like to thank them for being a part of it, and so the entire community will know tomorrow what went on here today.
It won't be tomorrow, but you're welcome.
I do think that's important because Corey and his team have been with us since the beginning of everything that we've done. And it does raise a lot of conversations I think we have to talk about, just like we have to talk about Alice every opportunity that we have. I thank you all for coming and investing a whole day in this conversation. We will be sending out a survey to everybody. We'll send the slides that we have. We will send Alice data to you. It looks like Jacob's going to get us some data that we can send to you. If you have questions, please reach back out. Your well thought out questions are really what formed today. I appreciate you for taking the time to do that. I know oftentimes people do not want to put that in there when you are registering for an event. So thank you for your great support today. I hope you all drive home safely, and I hope that we all can convene again soon. Thank you.